Chapter 119. Xiaopi, you're here. Hurry up and come in. Xia Yan parked the car in the garage, and as soon as they walked out, they saw Auntie Zhou opening the door and greeting them warmly. What's so good about this kid? He's never welcomed me so warmly before, Xia Yan muttered, seemingly a little infuriated. Finally, she rubbed Jiang Zhao's head forcefully. Jiang Zhao tried his best to break free from Xia Yan's clutches and retorted, I've only been here for 7 days and she already has such a good impression of me. You've been taken care of by her for 2 years. Can't you see the problems in your body? I'm perfect and I don't accept any rebuttals, Xia Yan said with a humph. Under Auntie Zhou's warm reception, everyone sat in the living room and rested for a while before changing their clothes and rushing to the basement. Xia Yan couldn't wait to try the power of the gold-quality green glow. Jiang Zhao was more than happy to oblige. However, in the beginning, Xia Yan did not choose to use her arms to resist. Instead, she held a giant sword in front of her and got into a defensive posture. Jiang Zhao clenched his fists and did not use much strength because he wanted to try the repelling effect of green glow. Boom! With a soft sound, Jiang Zhao's fist gently hit the body of the giant steel sword. Xia Yan bent her knees slightly and leaned her body forward before sliding backward. She slid for more than 8 meters before she finally managed to stand firmly. Jiang Zhao was overjoyed and thought to himself, this gentle touch can make me retreat by 8 meters? He imagined the scene of him flicking Xia Yan 8 meters away. Of course, Jiang Zhao's strength was still strength, and the repelling effect of green glow was also purely repelling. He had to distinguish between the two. Strength might add to Xia Yan's body when repelling. However, it definitely wouldn't add to the repelling effect of green glow. The additional effects of star techniques were fixed and would not be affected by the physical fitness of the user. Come, let me try the additional damage of green glow. Xia Yan looked at the sword and realized that it was not damaged at all. She casually leaned the giant sword against the wall and walked towards Jiang Zhao. Apart from the repelling effect, green glow also had a strong strike effect that would increase the damage of the parts that were covered by green glow. This additional effect was linked to the user's physique. Why don't you put on the gloves? Jiang Zhao hesitated for a moment and said, it's a form of protection for both of us. In a bare-handed fight, if one didn't wear protective gear, it would be an act of irresponsibility on both sides. No need. Come. Xia Yan said rather domineeringly while star power circulated and enveloped her entire body. More star power flowed between her arms as she placed them in front of her face. Jiang Zhao used 30% of his strength and punched out like a bolt of lightning. Xia Yan's face tensed up a little. Compared to the damage she had suffered, the visual effects were much more obvious. Due to the repelling properties of green glow, Xia Yan was once again sent flying. She slid backward for 8 meters before coming to a stop. Are you all right? Jiang Zhao asked with concern. Don't be so serious. I'm not used to it. Xia Yan glared at Jiang Zhao and swung her arms. Use more strength. Is your sister abusing you at home every day? You don't have food to eat? Damn it! Jiang Zhao got into a standard fighting posture and threw another swift and ferocious punch with his left hand. Tisk, tisk. Xia Yan hid her head behind her crossed arms and her body slid backward uncontrollably again. She then clicked her tongue and sighed softly. Are you satisfied or mocking me? Jiang Zhao asked while scratching his head and staring at Xia Yan, who had stopped moving steadily. He couldn't seem to understand her at all. Not bad, not bad. With the addition of the blade, there will be more damage. Xia Yan shook her slightly trembling arms and said, if you really plan to use a sword, you have to be more careful during competitions in the future. The strong attacking effect of your green glow is indeed quite powerful. Jiang Zhao muttered, you're not that good yet and you're already starting to worry about your opponent. Xia Yan continued to ask as if she didn't hear him, has blessing been upgraded? Jiang Zhao answered, no. Xia Yan asked, Why hasn't it been upgraded after such a long time? Jiang Shao answered, It's still early. I did absorb 7 or 8 white ghoul which star beads in the holy ground, but the number is too little. If I could get a lot of them like the white ghouls, I might be able to upgrade the quality of my star techniques faster. Xia Yan said, The school will organize another training session. However, the snowfield base in Jianan village will probably only be open to the public for a while. There's another snowfield base in Shindan Creek, but it's rather far away. It'll take 3 to 4 hours to get there by car. We'll take the high-speed rail. It'll only take us 1.5 hours to get there, Jiang Shao said while scratching his head. Xia Yan said, I prefer driving and having my own personal space. Every time I pick you up, I want to stuff you into the trunk so that your sister and I can have some alone time together. Jiang Shao pointed at Xia Yan's nose and exclaimed, Are you a demon? Xia Yan slid her palm down from her shoulders to her slender waist and pointed at her long legs. You're young, but you have good taste. Watching the two of them bicker, Han Jiangxue was amused and annoyed at the same time. Compared to the snowfield, I'd rather go to the volcanoes, Jiang Shao said, suddenly changing the topic. Huh! Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment. It was because the star technique Bell was produced by the lava ghoul which in the volcanoes. Besides, Bell was a silver quality star technique. Due to the fact that there were no brass quality lava ghoul which star beads, the upgrade of Bell to gold quality would only require 10 silver quality lava ghoul which star beads. From the perspective of rapidly increasing the combat effectiveness of the team, choosing to upgrade Bell to gold quality was undoubtedly the best option. Everyone has their own specialties. Bell is more suitable for healing injuries, Jiang Shao answered. The volcanoes are much stronger than the creatures of other dimensions in the snowfield. They're not on the same level at all. There are more types of creatures of other dimensions there, and they're also stronger. There are also some special and mysterious creatures in the volcanoes. Do we need to buy tickets to go there? Jiang Shao asked. Yes, only low-level dimensional spaces like the snowfield are open to the two of us for free. The volcanoes are no longer a paradise for low-level awakened. Only the more powerful teams will go there for training and training. Han Jiangxue shook her head and continued, Oh. Jiang Zhao's heart ached when he heard that he had to pay an admission fee. It was not an exaggeration to say that the poor studied and the rich learned martial arts. Being an awakened was not a profession that the poor could afford. Hence, some awakened would choose to rely on social groups to survive. Of course, that was only referring to some people. There were also others who would be able to lead a comfortable life as long as they didn't have huge ambitions. For example, if Jiang Shao didn't have any goals now, he would definitely be able to lead a good life by working in a hospital or working as a private doctor for a wealthy family. He would definitely be able to achieve his goals of buying a house and a car soon. What's the market price of the lava ghoul which star beads? Jiang Shao asked. The market price is about 100,000 yuan, Xia Yan answered. Huh? Why is it so cheap? Silver quality bell isn't even as good as brass quality blessing? Jiang Shao asked in shock. It's precisely because blessing is a brass quality star technique that the probability of success in absorbing it is much higher than that of bell. Brass quality white ghoul, which star beads are excellent star beads for medical awaken. They're always in short supply and can't be bought even if you have money, Han Jiangxue explained. You make it sound like you can buy lava ghoul which star beads with money, Xia Yan muttered softly. Huh! Han Jiangxue turned to look at Xia Yan. Xia Yan frantically stepped forward and grabbed Han Jiangxue's hand. I almost forgot. Let's go to the backyard and get ready. We'll definitely be able to break through the shackles of the mid-nebula stage with the afterglow of the setting sun. Jiang Shao said, If we can't buy anything, how can we call it a business? Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, You know too little about this world. You'll find out in the future that the so-called business is essentially a recycling bin for a certain type of people. Chapter 120. Under the setting sun, two tall and slender girls dressed in sportswear were standing quietly in the backyard garden of Xia Yan's mansion. Auntie Zhou was cooking her specialty in the restaurant on the first floor, while Jiang Xiao, the only idler there, was sitting on the stone steps in boredom while staring at the two beautiful figures in the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun made the clouds in the sky look crimson. The two beautiful figures were smeared with a layer of red. Han Jiangxue stood with her hands behind her back and her eyes closed. She was holding a glowing star bead in her right hand that was placed behind her back. Xia Yan's posture was much more casual, and the breeze blew through her short chestnut-colored hair. Beneath her messy hair was a lazy expression that seemed to be enjoying herself. She crushed the star bead before Han Jiangxue did, and the majestic energy splashed out earlier too. Initially, Jiang Xiao didn't think much about the two of them breaking through together, but now, when he saw the star power surging around Xia Yan and blowing Han Jiangxue's long hair away, Jiang Xiao felt that the two of them shouldn't break through together. Clearly, one of them would affect the other. Xia Yan raised her face slightly and stared at the setting sun that was slowly setting on the mountain in the distance. The star power in her body surged and the starlight lingered around her. The scene was extremely beautiful. However, in such a beautiful scene, the beautiful face gradually changed color. Her lazy and enjoyable look gradually disappeared, and a trace of solemnity appeared on her face. She seemed to be a little depressed. At this moment, the star bead in Han Jiangxue's hand was crushed. Of course, the star bead was difficult to crush, even though it had been baptized by second last's flames. What really caused the star bead to break and turn into starlight was that Han Jiangxue had chosen to absorb it. On the other side, the starlight surging around Xia Yan's body had just passed its peak and seemed to be declining slightly. On the other hand, the star power surging around Han Jiangxue's body spread out and enveloped the entire backyard. Xia Yan subconsciously closed her eyes, and the star map on her body appeared vaguely, after which a large two-handed sword finally emerged. In the star map, the star power was as dense as a river of stars. It flowed rapidly from the tip of the blade to the hilt, until it flowed out of the hilt and blended into the world of the backyard, repeating the cycle. Unlike Xia Yan, when Han Jiangxue crushed the star bead, a white flame's star map had already appeared on her body. If Xia Yan's two-handed sword star map was relatively fixed and the blade was flickering slightly, Han Jiangxue's white flame star map was dynamic, as if there were really flames burning. A few seconds later, Xia Yan opened her eyes with a trace of disappointment in her eyes. She put away the star map and said, "Don't bother about me." Han Jiangxue's eyes were still closed, and the white flames danced even more terrifyingly. The raging flames tore and burned all the star power in the surroundings. She seemed to have turned into a black hole that was burning the starlight around her. The surging starlight seemed to be nourishment that darted towards the white flames like moths darting into a flame. Eventually, they became nourishment for the flames. Jiang Xiao watched everything that was happening in a dumbfounded manner. She's only in the middle of the nebula stage, and yet she's already so powerful? Jiang Xiao recalled second last's sudden breakthrough when they were in the snowfield. He didn't know if it was because it varied from person to person, but second last's breakthrough did not bring much visual enjoyment to Jiang Xiao. Instead, it was more of an impact to his soul. Whoosh! Han Jiangxue slowly opened her eyes, and there seemed to be a trace of burning white flames in her eyes that were quickly drowned out. She turned around and immediately looked at Jiang Xiao, who was sitting on the stone steps in front of the door. Jiang Xiao looked at Han Jiangxue with an inquisitive expression. A smile appeared on Han Jiangxue's cold face, and she nodded gently. "Wow, Han Jiangxue is impressive!" Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. "Shoo!" Han Jiangxue raised a finger and gestured for him to keep quiet. She then glanced at Jiang Shao and strode towards Xia Yan. Xia Yan smiled bitterly and her heart was filled with frustration. Take advantage of the fact that the star power is gathering here and try again. Han Jiangshu waved her hand and took out another star bead from Sky Smasher. No, how can I take Li Wei's star bead? Although Xia Yan felt that it was a pity, she rejected it firmly. I'll give Li Wei's star bead to him. This is Xiaopi's, Han Jiangshu said as she pulled Xia Yan's palm up and placed the star bead in her palm. Huh! Xia Yan tilted her head and looked at Jiang Shao who was on the stone steps. Jiang Zhao's heart raced. It was indeed his star bead, but it was meant for Han Jiangshu to break through to the late nebula stage. Yet, she gave it away just like that? Han Jiangshu also turned around and looked at Jiang Shao with a sullen gaze. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, I'm a weakling. It's useless for me to keep it. There are no medical star techniques in it, either. Stop dawdling and seize the opportunity. The star power will disperse soon. Xia Yan was a little touched. She raised her head and flicked her hair. Her eyes seemed to have turned slightly red, but she was still laughing heartily. With a unique sense of arrogance, she crushed the star bead. Behind the window of the house, Auntie Zhou was still wearing an apron and staring at the girl with a worried expression. She seemed to be praying for something. On the mountain in the distance, the sun had already disappeared, leaving only crimson clouds. The sky gradually dimmed, and Xia Yan's slim figure was surrounded by starlight again. Like fireflies in the summer night, they flew around her wantonly and lingered around her. Han Jiangshu retreated step by step and slowly retreated to Jiang Zhao's side. She bowed slightly and reached out to rub Jiang Zhao's head, unsure if it was a form of acknowledgement or reward. Jiang Shao tilted his head to the side and said, I didn't keep my buzz cut for you to feel better. To his surprise, Han Jiangshu did not respond. She simply looked down at Jiang Shao quietly and sat down slowly. He could tell that she was in a good mood. Jiang Shao felt that her body had tilted slightly and her shoulder was resting on his arm. Jiang Shao rested his elbows on his knees and supported his face with his palms. He stared into the distance listlessly and felt the person beside him leaning on him gently. If it weren't for the fact that life forced him to, who would be willing to be strong? If he was a little stronger, she would have an easier time. Hey! You too! All of a sudden, there was a surge of majestic star power in the distance, and Xia Yan's beautiful eyes glistened before slowly returning to their original color. She stared at Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshu with a proud smile on her face. Clearly, she had succeeded. Smell it. Isn't there a sour smell of sibling love in the air? Han Jiangshu straightened her body. After all, she was a shy girl who couldn't stand Xia Yan's teasing. Jiang Shao was exasperated and thought, I just gave you my star bead and you've forgotten about it now that you've broken through? This ingrate is worse than a husky. Chapter 121. Ever since Xia Yan broke through the middle of the nebula stage and reached the late nebula stage, she had been in a particularly good mood. Although she didn't say it out loud, Xia Yan and Jiang Shao could tell that she was extremely grateful to them. That mentality also caused her to be extremely serious and strict when teaching Jiang Shao swordsmanship. In the past 2 days, Xia Yan and Jiang Shao had been staying at Xia Yan's house. Han Jiangshu was considered her sparring partner, and the real protagonists were Xia Yan and Jiang Shao. At this moment, Jiang Shao was holding onto the wooden giant sword and swinging it tirelessly according to the basic movements that Xia Yan had taught him. He would step forward, slash, turn his wrist, step forward, lift up. Since the moment Xia Yan began to teach Jiang Shao the giant sword 3 days ago, Jiang Shao had gained an additional basic technique. Xia family swordsmanship. Oh my god, this is incredible! It was actually named after his surname. Back then, Xia Yan even joked that Xia Shanhai had gotten it by chance. Seems like it's a family heirloom. Or was it created by the elders of the Xia family themselves? Could it be that Xia Yan created it herself? Does she have such a high IQ and aptitude? However, Xia Yan's star map was a double-edged sword, not a European double-edged sword with a crossguard, but a Chinese double-edged sword. If she practices swordsmanship like this, will she have to change her routine when she turns her star sword into martial arts in the future? In that case, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Regardless of which ancestor of the Xia family created the swordsmanship, that person's star map must be a giant sword. Xia Shanhai's star map might be this. In the beginning, Jiang Zhao tried to pick up the giant steel sword, but then later on, he gave up, because it was indeed difficult for him to swing the giant steel sword with his small arms and legs. The giant steel sword weighed at least 60 kilograms, and after Jiang Zhao swung it for a while, his movements began to change. Xia Yan seemed to have expected that too. She immediately took out the wooden giant sword. According to her, she also started using a wooden sword when she first started practicing swordsmanship. Now that he thought about it, he realized that the awakened still had a clear hierarchy and a terrifying physique. Before Jiang Zhao practiced swordsmanship, he didn't feel that there was much of a difference between them. However, after practicing swordsmanship, Jiang Zhao realized that Xia Yan's slender arms contained an explosive power. Xia Yan was extremely strict with Jiang Zhao. She taught him the basic sword-wielding posture, basic footwork, and sword-wielding posture. It had already been 2 days, and Jiang Zhao would have to return to school tomorrow. However, Xia Yan was still patiently correcting Jiang Zhao's every physical detail. Jiang Zhao didn't think that she was such a warm-hearted person, and he reckoned that it was probably because of the galaxy stage star bead that Xia Yan was grateful for. That night, before the three of them parted, Xia Yan revealed the truth. During the final exam of the first half of the 3rd year of high school, there would be a college entrance examination bonus event, the Beijiang Province High School League. Unlike regular students, the awakened students not only had to take cultural classes, but they could also sign up for the Beijiang Province High School League. Of course, if they didn't sign up, they could also go through the formal procedures and take part in the final exam of the actual combat class. However, no matter how high their results were, they wouldn't get any bonus points for the college entrance examination. If they achieved good results in the competition, they would not only get bonus points for the college entrance examination, but they would also get a ticket to the National High School League. In other words, the competition that would be held before the Lunar New Year was not an optional option for the team, but a must option. They had to get the top 2 places in the competition in order to participate in the National High School League before the college entrance examination. Although the names of these 2 competitions sounded like a competition between 2 armies, in fact, these competitions were made up of 2 stages. The first stage of the mission was in a dimensional space, and it could be considered a preliminary round. The top 8 teams with the highest scores would enter the semifinals. The 8 teams that entered the semifinals would then enter a situation where the 2 armies would face each other, and the team that came in first would be awarded star beads by the Provincial Awakened Education Department. They would also get bonus points for the college entrance examination. Although the preliminary and semifinals were supervised by teachers, there would be plenty of interesting things happening among the students in order to complete the missions, obtain points, and compete for rankings. Hence, the degree of danger in the competition was obvious. Since they had chosen to work hard to become superior, they would have to bear the corresponding risks and consequences. During this period, Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue both broke through the middle of the nebula stage and entered the late nebula stage. That was great news. During the college entrance examination, star power level was also one of the evaluation criteria. Even though Xia Yan had been stuck in the middle of the nebula stage, she didn't take the Beijiang Provincial High School League seriously. However, If she wanted to get a good ranking in the National High School League, she wouldn't be able to guarantee that she would be in the middle of the nebula stage. Huaxia had a large population, and with such a large base, there were also endless awakened ones. There had never been a lack of geniuses in this magical land. The students from Jiangbin High School, who were in Year 3 in the previous cohort, broke through in Beijiang Province and successfully passed the preliminary round. In the final semifinals, they came in second place and entered the National High School League. However, they lost to Sun Shan in the final competition. Although there were winners and losers, the competition last year had indeed made Jiangbin High School lose face. Sometimes the truth was just that cruel. The development level of Beijiang Province was indeed not high. Be it in terms of economic level, education, medical care, or personal development space, opportunities, etc., it was difficult to compare with other provinces. All sorts of reasons led to serious consequences. The brain drain in Beijiang was severe, and it was getting worse every year. On the other hand, there was a continuous influx of awakened talents in some economically and educationally developed provinces. The awakened who had some family background would all be sent to better schools by their parents at all costs. That also led to the fact that the top few places in the National High School League were basically monopolized by the major provinces and cities. Xia Yan had now overcome that hurdle. Putting aside the provincial selection, there were still 7 months to go before the start of the National High School League. If she could break through the late nebula stage and enter the peak of the nebula stage in the next 6 months, it would be considered a success. There was no doubt that over the years, on the highest stage for high school students in the National League, very few of the contestants who represented the highest level of high school students in China had entered the Galaxy stage. Over the years, the strongest individual awakened were basically at the peak of the nebula stage. There were 4 checkpoints in each level of star power, and the last checkpoint to break through was the most important. Except for those extremely talented gods in rare years, in normal times, no matter how talented a high school student was, on this supreme stage, the strength level that he could present to all the Huaxia compatriots was at the peak of the nebula stage. Did that represent the limit of strength and physical fitness of a normal 18 to 19-year-old child? That point of view had yet to be proven, but it was the truth. Xia Yan had a total of 7 months to go, and she felt that she had a good chance of approaching the physical limits of the high school students and facing the final exam in her best state. Not to mention bringing honor to her ancestors or winning glory for the school, she had to work hard to achieve that for herself. Now, Jiang Zhao's star bead had gotten rid of the obstacles in her way and given her a few more months to break through to the late nebula stage. How could she not be grateful? Perhaps, without that star bead, she would have been stuck in the middle of the nebula stage until the final exam. A human star bead, especially one from an awakened in the Galaxy stage, was really not something that a student like Xia Yan could easily obtain. Regardless of whether Jiang Shao accepted it or not, he knew that he was going to suffer again. This time, Xia Yan really put in a lot of effort to groom a powerful warrior. Jiang Shao had already been ordered to carry the wooden giant sword to sleep, eat, and go to school. According to Xia Yan, it could nurture feelings. If it were the Jiang Xiaopi of the past, he might have thought that carrying the sword would be very cool. However, Jiang Shao felt that he was a little silly. Being the toxic healer of Jiangbin High School was already very eye-catching. How could he carry the sword around? Jiang Shao tried his best to persuade Xia Yan and finally got her to agree. However, in exchange, Jiang Shao had to plan some time to practice swordsmanship during the actual combat class in the afternoon. He also had to go home with Xia Yan to practice swordsmanship after the evening self-study session. To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, Han Jiangxue actually agreed to it. Not only did she agree, but she even planned to move in with Jiang Shao and choose a room in Xia Yan's villa. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue, who had a serious expression on her face, and then at Xia Yan, who was secretly delighted. Jiang Shao smacked his forehead and thought to himself, I've fallen into a trap. I've fallen into a tiger's den. I've been tricked by the demonic girl of the Xia family. Wouldn't that be equivalent to sending Han Jiangxue, the fair and tender sheep, into Xia Yan's mouth? Chapter 122. After returning to school, Jiang Shao once again felt peace. It was the kind of peace that came from his soul. After continuously switching between his identity as a warrior and an ordinary student, Jiang Shao finally knew why most awakened students did not do well in cultural classes. Although the difficulty of the awakened students' exam papers was not high, even so, it was really difficult for the awakened students who always switched between two identities to focus on their studies. In particular, for the restless young lads and ladies during puberty, magical star techniques were more attractive than cultural classes. When Jiang Shao, Han Jiangxue, Xia Yan, and the others entered the campus, they received the attention of the students, especially when they entered the classroom. They were greeted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Jiang Shao and the others were just survivors, but in the eyes of others, they were more like heroes. To the high school students, they were already considered heroes since they managed to escape unscathed and return to school. Jiang Shao felt guilty about it, but he was also a little touched. Today's morning reading class was Landforms of the Volcanic Dimension, which was more like a geography class that required a lot of memorization and memorization. After class, Jiang Shao was carefully studying the landforms of the volcanic dimension when he heard a male student's voice coming from the door. Li Wei, someone's looking for you. Outside the door of Class 1, a tall, typical Beijing girl with long legs frantically said, It's not him, I'm looking for Jiang Xiaopi. The male student froze for a moment. He knew very well that the girl in front of him was Li Qingmei, Li Wei's childhood sweetheart. Hence, when he saw Li Qingmei at the door of the classroom, he subconsciously shouted, Someone's looking for Li Wei. Yet, Li Qingmei wasn't looking for Li Wei? Wow. Is there a story behind this? The male student smiled mysteriously and turned around to yell at the class. Li Wei, you don't have to come out. Jiang Xiaopi, hurry up, Li Qingmei is looking for you. All of a sudden, the group of people in the class looked at Jiang Xiaopi, who was studying. Li Wei had just stood up when he froze awkwardly on the spot, only to be met with the pitiful gazes of his classmates. Li Wei held his forehead with one hand and slowly sat down. Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at Li Wei while everyone looked at him curiously. Li Wei, get up and go out with me. Li Wei shook his head decisively and said, I'm not going, she didn't look for me. Jiang Shao quickly stepped forward and pulled Li Wei up. Come with me and give me some courage. Two cowards. Xia Yan was also seated in the last row, opposite Han Jiangxue and diagonally behind Jiang Shao. Xia Yan stepped on the desk with one foot and supported herself with the legs of the chair. She swayed leisurely and watched as Jiang Shao dragged Li Wei along. Han Jiangxue smiled and watched as Jiang Shao shoved Li Wei in front of her to use him as a shield. The two of them then walked out while entangled with each other. Li Qingmei looked at the person who walked out and said with dissatisfaction, You didn't answer my calls or reply my WeChat messages. What do you want? Li Wei rubbed his nose awkwardly. Although his girlfriend was talking to him, he knew that she was referring to the person behind him. During this period of time, Jiang Shao had grown 2 centimeters taller and reached a height of 174 centimeters. However, Li Wei was tall enough to block Jiang Shao because he was 187 centimeters tall. It doesn't matter what I want, what matters is what you want, Jiang Shao said as he popped his head out from behind Li Wei. Of course I want to thank you. What else can I do? Li Qingmei said while holding the door frame with one hand and tilting her head to look at Li Wei, who had a buzz cut. Don't lie to me. Why don't I feel that you want to thank me? Jiang Shao said with a peculiar expression. You rascal, Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Li Qingmei said while looking up at Li Wei. Get up! Li Wei grabbed Jiang Shao and pushed him away because their physiques were not on the same level at all. Li Wei was really generous. Not only did he push Jiang Shao out, but he also closed the door of the classroom. His actions not only shocked Jiang Shao, but also all the students in the class. The boys in the class only had one comment for Li Wei. He's easygoing. Hey, I really want to thank you. Li Qingmei held the door with one hand and leaned forward to look down at Jiang Shao. You know how powerful your blessing is. It's hard for anyone to forget it after trying it. Jiang Shao scratched his head and realized that he had been pushed against the wall. Jiang Shao was indeed mischievous, but the target of his mischief depended on the person. Jiang Shao would never do something that would destroy their family. Jiang Shao could be flirtatious with Li Wei because they were teammates and friends. Hence, he could joke around. However, Jiang Shao wouldn't do anything out of line with Li Qingmei. What exactly do you want? Jiang Shao continued. Stand back a little. The teacher will be here soon. I was in a bad state a few days ago, and I've been wanting you to help me heal. Li Qingmei looked aggrieved, as if Jiang Shao had committed a huge sin for not appearing when she needed help the most. Why don't you just say it? That's not the right reason. Besides, you can find other medical awaken. Don't lie and tell the truth. Class is about to start, Jiang Shao muttered. Do you think medical awakened can be found everywhere? Can they be found easily? Li Qingmei said angrily. Instead of retreating, she advanced and said in a soft voice, After receiving your blessing, I specially checked online and found out that your skill can cure all illnesses. Jiang Shao shook his head and said, It's not that exaggerated. It's just to help people recover. I've been waiting outside Jianan village for a while now. My schedule has been irregular, and both my physical and mental state are terrible. Now my eyes are listless and my face is pale. Can you help me? Li Qingmei continued. My body is recovering too slowly, and I feel disgusted at the sight of nutritious meals. I'm already in year 3 of high school, and I don't have much time in the first place. I still have to wake up every morning to put on makeup before I dare to go out and meet people. You're already in year 3 of high school, and you don't even have enough time. Why do you still have time to care about beauty? Women. Jiang Shao thought about it and agreed. No problem. Don't you drive home with Li Wei after school at night? Wait for me in the parking lot for a while. I'll give you a blessing before going home. Once a day there should be an effect in a few days. Okay. By the way, don't tell Li Wei that I don't look well when you go back. He can't tell that I've put on makeup. He'll think that I look the same as before, Li Qingmei said frantically. Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and carefully scrutinized Li Qingmei's beautiful face. You put on makeup? Li Qingmei was speechless. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly and said, Okay, that's all. I'll just say that you're not feeling well. I won't say that you look ugly now. What's so ugly about it? It's just that my face is pale and dull, Li Qingmei said fiercely. She then remembered that she still had a favor to ask of Jiang Shao, so she hurriedly put on a sweet smile and said, The reason why you gave me a blessing tonight is because my stomach hurts. Okay, it's not a big deal. Don't be so secretive. Jiang Shao shook his head and thought, indeed, women dress up for those who love them. Xiaopi is the best. The one. 8-meter-tall Li Qingmei hugged Jiang Zhao's head with both hands and kissed his buzz cut. Smiling sweetly, she said, See you tonight? Jiang Shao scratched his head. Am I just a younger brother in everyone's eyes? Am I the legendary younger brother of younger brothers? Don't I feel like a man at all? Why did she kiss my head? Watching Li Qingmei leave happily, the tightly shut door of the classroom suddenly opened up. Li Wei grabbed Jiang Zhao's shoulder and asked, Why did she look for you? Jiang Shao snapped out of his thoughts and muttered, What else can I do? Have you forgotten my title? Toxic healer? Li Wei asked in shock. What else? Jiang Shao continued to ask. Li Wei thought about it and thought about how Jiang Shao healed Su Ro, who was seated in front of him when he first entered Class 1. All of a sudden, Li Wei figured out why Li Qingmei didn't tell him the reason why she looked for Jiang Shao. Gynecologist. Jiang Shao snapped his fingers and said, "You're very intelligent, kid. Learn medicine from me." Li Wei said helplessly, "If I had the potential to be a medical awakened, would she have needed to look for you?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "That's right. Don't learn it even if you're that talented." Li Wei asked, "Why?" Jiang Shao sighed and said earnestly, "Learning medicine won't save the Chinese." Chapter 123. The fulfilling and boring life continued every day. During this period of time, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue would go to the parking lot with Xia Yan every night after school and drive home. Jiang Shao would also give Li Qingmei a blessing. She smiled sweetly and thanked him again and again, and Jiang Shao also extorted a lot of snacks from Li Wei. In the beginning, Han Jiangxue even lectured Jiang Shao once when she saw that scene. However, Jiang Shao didn't care about that at all. After successfully bribing Xia Yan with Li Wei's snacks, Xia Yan also joined the army of snacks. Finally, on a certain morning, Han Jiangxue couldn't resist Xia Yan and Jiang Zhao's pleading and decided to drink a can of yogurt. After drinking one can, Han Jiangxue found that the yogurt was rather delicious. Just like that, he drank another can every night after returning home. Xia Yan would train her swordsmanship with Jiang Shao. She was really serious, almost to a terrifying extent. She had been practicing whatever she taught Jiang Shao too. A few days ago, she carried a heavy steel sword and took basic steps in the basement, performing basic thrusts and flicks. She and Jiang Shao persisted with such a simple and basic movement from 9:30 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. She was so serious and hard-working that Jiang Shao almost forgot about her nickname, Husky. Xia Yan always told Jiang Shao that there was a solid foundation behind every flashy technique. Jiang Zhao's attitude towards training was unquestionable. After repeating the basic movements again and again, Jiang Shao gradually developed muscle memory. In the past month, Jiang Shao had familiarized himself with all kinds of basic movements, and the basic technique Xia family swordsmanship, in his internal star map, had already reached brass quality level 6. Regardless of what grade the Xia family swordsmanship was, the moment Jiang Shao learned it, it was of brass quality. However, in the past month, Jiang Shao did not teach Xia Yan anything else apart from practicing the most basic movements such as slashing, flicking, pointing, flicking, and stabbing. Jiang Shao didn't even learn a single move, let alone the Xia family swordsmanship. He wanted to tell Xia Yan about it, but every time he saw her serious expression, he felt that she was just building a foundation for him. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't want to bite off more than he could chew. Jiang Shao planned to practice for a while longer since he still had plenty of time. If it didn't work, Jiang Shao was prepared to use his skill points to upgrade his swordsmanship. Anyway, the basic techniques of brass quality could be upgraded by a small level with one skill point. Hence, he could upgrade them to silver quality with a few skill points. According to the effects of the freehand combat upgrade, Jiang Shao would instantly gain a large number of swordsmanship techniques and physical memory after the Xia family swordsmanship was upgraded to silver quality. He no longer needed Xia Yan to be his teacher. Instead, he wanted the internal star map to be his teacher. If you will only let me in, you don't even need to teach me a move or two. As long as this skill is unlocked in my internal star map, I'll be able to rely on myself. He was self-taught, and in the end, he was even more proficient than his master. Are you scared? The simple and boring night was not only filled with practicing swordsmanship. As long as Xia Yan did not lose her mind, she would still take some time out to fight with Jiang Shao. Obviously, Xia Yan's freehand combat was completely different from Jiang Zhao's. To be exact, Xia Yan was the same as Lei Jin, who had been groomed by China. After Jiang Zhao added some skill points, the star map gave him something related to Muay Thai. There was no such thing as the strongest fist technique, only a stronger person. Jiang Zhao couldn't judge which fist technique was better. After all, there were too many differences between Sans Ho and Muay Thai. The only thing that he could be sure of was that Jiang Zhao had been severely abused by Xia Yan. However, what really made Jiang Zhao happy was that under the guidance of the knowledge given by the internal star map, Jiang Zhao's freehand combat was upgraded to silver quality level 1 during the continuous battles with Xia Yan. A small level of silver quality was equivalent to a large level of brass quality. At the same time, Jiang Zhao's star power abundance had also increased by a small level during the regular training, becoming brass quality level 5. Without using the star beads, the speed of his star power recovery was slightly faster. Although it was still the same, it was better than nothing. Jiang Zhao lived a fulfilling life every day and felt that it was meaningful. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhao scored 36 points in a written test for star study. Yes, he failed. The total score for the test was 100 points. Jiang Zhao was completely dumbfounded. China was really vast and there were too many things to memorize. Han Jiangxue didn't treat Jiang Zhao kindly just because of this subject. Jiang Zhao scored 91, 66, and 78 points for the other 3 subjects. The full score for the 3 subjects was 150 points. Han Jiangxue was very pleased that he scored 91 points for Mandarin. After all, he had skipped a grade from year 1. Jiang Zhao was filled with knowledge from junior high school and skipped a day of high school. After the military training, he skipped a grade and entered year 3. In the end, he scored 91 points for Mandarin, which was not bad. However, Jiang Zhao didn't feel anything about it. In fact, the results for the 3 subjects were not Jiang Zhao's real results at all. In particular, Jiang Zhao scored 78 points for English. He deliberately answered many questions wrongly because he was really afraid that his results would be too outstanding. Hence, he planned to score more points for each test in the future so as to give everyone the impression that he had made progress. The papers of the awakened students were indeed much easier than those of ordinary students. 4 English papers of such difficulty, scoring 130 or 140 points would be a piece of cake. However, no matter how easy it would be a waste if one forgot the formula. In his previous life, Jiang Zhao had always been focused on English. Hence, he felt that the simple English questions were child's play. However, the mathematics paper made Jiang Zhao blush. He was a liberal arts student in his previous life. Ever since he entered university, he had never touched mathematics, including after he graduated from university, took the postgraduate entrance examination, got a job, and even transmigrated. Jiang Zhao looked at the mathematics paper and felt as if he had met an old friend. The numbers and symbols waved at him enthusiastically and chatted amiably. "It's me, friend. You're finally back to see me." Jiang Zhao scratched his head and asked, "Who are you? Why do you look so familiar?" "Mathematics. It's rare that my exams in this world are so easy. Aren't you going to beg me?" Jiang Zhao said, "I've been begging you, but I can't." Mathematics. 666. However, the maximum score was only 150. Hence, Jiang Zhao got 66 points after the other contestants erased a 6. It was reasonable and convincing. However, Jiang Zhao did not panic at all. He would definitely be able to pick up mathematics, memorize more formulas, and do 2 more sets of papers. He would be able to remember everything. Although Jiang Zhao was a liberal arts student in his previous life, he did not do well in history and geography this time. Ever since the emergence of dimensional spaces, star warriors, awakened, star pets, star beads, and star techniques in the middle of the 20th century, there had been subtle changes in history. Not to mention, the ocean currents and the phases of the moon were all in a mess. It was not difficult, but he had completely forgotten about it. His results in politics were not bad. To Jiang Shao, this subject was similar to English and literature. He was exposed to it all, be it for university studies, exams, or work. Be it economics, politics, culture, or philosophy, Jiang Shao had a good grasp of all of them. Although it was the first test after so many years, Jiang Shao knew that he would definitely get a high score if he were to take the test. Biology, chemistry, and biology, on the other hand, were much more miserable. Jiang Shao had a good feeling about chemistry and biology. Back then, he only entered the liberal arts because he couldn't understand physics. Let's see. If chemistry and biology can score well, Jiang Shao will start all over again. As for physics, forget it. Biology and chemistry can at least be a backup. As for you, you're a good subject, but we're really not suitable for each other. Han Jiangxue had given the Galaxy Stage mercenary star bead to Li Wei a month ago. Li Wei had never absorbed it, seemingly waiting for a suitable opportunity. According to him, he felt that his foundation was not solid enough, and if he absorbed it rashly, he would waste a great opportunity. It was worth mentioning that Hai Tianqing had finally returned. A month had passed since they parted ways in the snowfield. Hai Tianqing finally returned to school and became the teacher of Class 1's actual combat lesson again. Not only did Hai Tianqing return safely, but he also seemed to have returned with a mission. During the actual combat lesson in the afternoon, Jiang Shao could feel that Hai Tianqing was paying attention to him. At the thought of Hai Tianqing's former nickname of Four Tails and Second Last, the big cat in the snowfield, Jiang Shao shuddered. What should I do now that I've been attacked internally? Did Second Last send Hai Tianqing to keep an eye on me? Jiang Shao sighed and thought, I just want to be a good student, study well, train well, and send Han Jiangxue off. Yet, I ended up attracting so many covetous eyes. Chapter 124. It was an ordinary afternoon in a training room in the gymnasium. Jiang Zhao's team had just finished sparring with Xing Leng's team. Under the command of Han Jiangxue, Jiang Zhao's team managed to achieve victory after much difficulty. Although they were all students of the elite class, there were also top students and weak students in the elite class. Clearly, Jiang Zhao's team was much stronger than his opponents. Although this battle seemed to be going back and forth, especially with Xing Leng's close combat prowess, the final outcome had long been decided. Han Jiangxue practiced the formation changes, and after several twists and turns, she finally won by a narrow margin and won the sparring mat. Both sides rested for a while, and then Xing Leng left with his team. The stadium was very big, and every team had their own individual training room. They were here to challenge each other. Xing Leng, who was like a big brother, was rather interesting too. The first thing he said when he entered was, "We're here to find the gap between us." The gap was obvious, and most people thought that it was due to the number of star slots. Han Jiangxue was extremely talented and had 30 star slots. She could even look down on the entire Beijiang province. That was a fact that was irrefutable. There was a deeper gap, and perhaps it was because everyone had a different heart. What kind of dream one had, and how much blood and tears one had put into it were the stories hidden behind everyone. After Xing Leng's team left, there were only 4 people left in the training room. Get up, Xiaopi. It's time to practice the swordsmanship. Xia Yan stood up and walked towards the wall before tossing the large wooden sword to Jiang Shao. During this period of time, Xia Yan taught Jiang Shao 3 moves. According to her, there were a total of 9 moves in this set of swordsmanship technique. She would only teach him the last 3 moves after she felt that there were no flaws in each of his moves. With a good foundation, Jiang Shao was very familiar with the first 3 moves. Although the level of the Xia family swordsmanship on the internal star map did not increase, both Xia Yan and Jiang Xiao were very satisfied overall. The training venue for the Beijiang Province High School League has been announced, Li Wei said after seeing that there was no one around. Huh? When? Slightly stunned, Xia Yan gestured for Jiang Xiao to practice his basic skills first before turning to look at Li Wei. Jiang Xiao smacked his lips helplessly. He had long gotten used to Xia Yan's teaching habits. The basic movements of 200 steps, such as cleaving, lifting, lunging, and picking, were fixed rules. It was modified by Xia Yan for the sake of taking care of him. The basic movements were to be practiced together with the basic footwork. If they were to be practiced separately, it would take more time. Qin Mei told me this afternoon. Li Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head. As an awakened, he didn't know about the news immediately, but his girlfriend had been browsing the official website of the Beijiang Province High School League every day. It's released so soon? What date was it? November 17th? While training, Jiang Zhao's movements were meticulous. Isn't the Beijiang Province High School League starting in the middle of January next year? Announcing the venue 2 months in advance? Because the venue of the competition has been changed, Li Wei said helplessly. Arsenal. Han Jiangxue frowned when she saw the name of the dimensional space on her mobile phone. Arsenal? Xia Yan froze for a moment too. She didn't question Han Jiangxue's habit, because it was a habit that the team members had developed over a long period of time. However, Xia Yan's tone was still high. Clearly, she was questioning the decision of the Beijiang provincial government and the high-level education department. In the past, the venue of the Beijiang Province High School League has always been the snowfield. What's going on this year? Xia Yan said in disbelief. Our school chooses the snowfield for the students to train every year because we want them to adapt to the environment early. The snowfield was a unique feature of the northern province. The creatures of other dimensions were relatively single, and most of them were brass quality. The danger factor was relatively low, but the environment there was extremely harsh. Hence, it became an ideal place to test the comprehensive qualities of the children. Jianbin High School would organize the students of Year 3 to train in the snowfield every year for the sake of getting more exposure to the snowfield and preparing them for the Beijiang Province High School League with limited resources and time. With a look of displeasure, Xia Yan said, "Besides, what's the arsenal? Can we go in?" Han Jiangxue turned to look at Xia Yan and said quietly, "The first in the team will get an extra 10 points for the college entrance examination. We have to go in." Xia Yan scratched her head in distress, and the confusion and worry on her face eventually turned into disdain, which then turned into deep disgust. It could be seen that her disgust were not fake. She really hated this so-called armory to the extreme. Every family had their own problems. Li Wei didn't have any special feelings for the arsenal, but ever since the last trip to the snowfield, his life had been shrouded in a shadow. It was not given to him by the mercenary group or the creatures of other dimensions, but by his family. Li Wei's mother had always been non-committal about Li Wei's choice of career. She did not object to it, but she did not support it either. Li Wei's mother was only concerned about her child. Li Wei was able to embark on the path of the awakened partly because he wanted to join the profession and partly because of his father's great support. However, after the incident in the snowfield last time, Li Wei's mother's non-committal attitude changed a little. Those who had never experienced it themselves would not be able to imagine how Li Wei's mother managed to survive the month she waited outside Jianan village, and the pain and torment she had gone through. At noon, after Li Wei's mother found out about the venue of the Beijiang Provincial High School League, she sent a WeChat message to Li Wei. Li Wei knew his mother's personality too well. Perhaps she was still wavering between her son's choice and her son's safety. Li Wei's father hadn't returned home for a long time, and the silent support from afar didn't seem to play a good role at the moment. The most crucial point was Li Qingmei. She was Li Wei's mother's future daughter-in-law, and her attitude and influence were above that of the rest of the team. However, she had also experienced a hellish month of suffering. Ever since the snowfield, Li Qingmei seemed to have forgotten about it. She still had a sweet smile on her face, and she never mentioned the month-long wait. However, Li Wei could sense that she had become more clingy. The announcement of the venue of the competition this time might be the fuse that ignited everything. Jiang Xiao, who was practicing his swordsmanship, sighed secretly. Although he did not pass the dimensional subject, he still had a good understanding of the arsenal. At least, he had a better understanding of the knowledge in the books. The arsenal was a place that seemed to be filled with swords and sabers. It was indeed a very dangerous place. The environmental conditions there were much better than in the snowfield. It was a terrain where grasslands and forests intersected. It was neither hot nor cold, and it was suitable for combat. However, the creatures there were more diverse than in the snowfield. There were brass and silver-level creatures there. What really made the arsenal detestable was, the creatures of other dimensions there were too human-like. No matter how much white ghouls and white ghoul witches resembled humans, their dark faces and thick fur made them unable to break away from the ranks of monsters. However, the creatures of other dimensions in the arsenal looked too similar to humans. That was not good. That was not good at all. In particular, entering the arsenal to train was not beneficial to the physical and mental health of the children who had yet to mature. Xia Yan was different from the others. She and Han Jiangxue had experienced life and death situations, and they had once destroyed corpses in front of Jiang Shao. They did not kill indiscriminately, but they were definitely not afraid of killing. Come to think of it, they were not afraid, but there had to be a limit. Not being afraid did not mean liking. Every time they attacked, they would feel like they were slaughtering a fellow human. Even a sane person would be greatly affected after staying there for a long time. Hence, Xia Yan felt that the leaders who made such a decision were all mentally retarded. Chapter 125. Every time I come in, I see you guys chatting. As the door of the training room opened, an elegant young man dressed in a sapphire blue suit walked in. With a gentle smile on his face and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, he looked at the team of 4 in the training room smilingly. He really looked like the groomsmen who had rushed back from the wedding venue. Hai Tianqing's gaze finally fixed on Jiang Shao, who was training hard. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Xiaopi is the most sensible one. However, don't train in the wrong direction. Remember, you're a medical awakened." Jiang Shao touched the sweat on his head with his left hand and said, "Xia Yan taught me 3 swordsmanship techniques, all of which are defensive. I haven't forgotten my job. Today, I'll let you broaden your horizons." Hai Tianqing's smile did not diminish. He looked at Jiang Shao with interest and asked, "Oh?" Jiang Shao said, "The first move of the Xia family swordsmanship, snatch one's love." Jiang Shao hollered and grabbed the handle of the sword with one hand while grabbing the middle part of the back of the giant's sword with the other. He then placed the wooden sword in front of him and took a deep stance to defend himself. The corners of Hai Tianqing's mouth twitched slightly. Xia Yan's fair and tender face turned sullen too. Jiang Shao said, "The second move of the Xia family swordsmanship, snatch one's love." Jiang Shao placed the giant sword in front of him. Due to the fact that the sword was too long, which was 2 meters long, Jiang Shao had no choice but to move the tip of the sword forward in order to place it in front of him. Hai Tianqing's expression was extremely interesting and indescribable. Xia Yan's face was sullen and she slowly clenched her fists. Jiang Shao said, "The third move of the Xia family swordsmanship, snatch one's love." Jiang Shao shifted his center of gravity backward and made a feint. He arched his left foot and tapped the tip of his right foot on the ground. He placed the wooden sword diagonally and used the 40-centimeter wide sword to block in front of him. Hai Tianqing pursed his lips and remained silent. Xia Yan felt the veins on her forehead throbbing. She strode towards Jiang Shao. After some chaos, the training ground finally evolved into a sparring match between Xia Yan and Jiang Shao. Dragging the sword with both hands, Jiang Shao tilted his body slightly and emitted star power. Every time he came into contact with Xia Yan, the blade, back of the sword, elbows, knees, legs, and feet would be filled with green glow. The broadsword advanced and retreated without any fancy advanced moves, only extremely solid basic moves and basic footwork. Xia Yan became interested in the fight and grabbed the wooden sword with one hand. She then pushed it forcefully, causing Jiang Zhao's body to flip over due to the immense force. Xia Yan tensed up her long legs and instantly closed the distance between them, causing Jiang Shao to lose his advantage. Before she could punch her right jaw, Jiang Shao turned his body slightly and took advantage of the momentum to move forward. Dragging the giant sword with both hands, he arched his body and elbowed Xia Yan's left arm that was quickly protecting her left rib. Whoosh! Xia Yan's body came to an abrupt halt and she was pushed back. She arched her legs and leaned forward before sliding backward rapidly. Her boots made ear-piercing sounds of friction against the wooden floor. She seemed to be extremely annoyed by such sounds. She leaped up and somersaulted in the air before landing steadily on the ground. The spot where she landed was rather ingenious too. She reached out with her left hand and grabbed the giant steel sword that she had just placed against the wall. Jiang Shao got a great shock and hurriedly walked towards Hai Tianqing. "Teacher, I heard that the venue of the Beijiang Provincial High School League has been changed to the Arsenal?" Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao smilingly, after which he saw the sullen Xia Yan striding towards him. Her short chestnut-colored hair fluttered backward with the surging star power, revealing her heroic face. Unfortunately, her pretty face, which had always been filled with pride, was extremely sullen at this moment. Jiang Shao continued to ask, "I'm still underage. It's not appropriate for me to go to a place like the Arsenal." Before Hai Tianqing could respond, Xia Yan barked, "The first move of the Xia family swordsmanship, cleaning up. Wow. Brother, are you that tough?" Jiang Shao immediately hid behind Hai Tianqing. "Cleaning up? That's clearly putting family before righteousness." Hai Tianqing was used as a shield by Jiang Shao. Staring at the shiny blade, he naturally used his rich star power to turn his body and grab the back of the sword that Xia Yan was about to slash down at a high speed. Seeing such a scene, Jiang Shao felt much more relieved and said with a smile, "You should change the name of this move to putting family before righteousness." Xia Yan's eyes froze and she raised her sword forcefully. However, Hai Tianqing grabbed the giant sword with one hand and she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. Xia Yan stomped her feet in exasperation and yelled at Hai Tianqing, "Ah!" Jiang Shao nodded solemnly and said, "Why don't we call it incompetent fury?" Hai Tianqing extended his left arm and strangled Jiang Zhao's neck before pulling him out from behind. "Hey, be gentle." Jiang Shao felt that an iron elbow was strangling his neck, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Hai Tianqing grabbed Xia Yan's sword and threw it onto the ground before handing Jiang Shao to her. Yes. He handed it to Xia Yan. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao, who was being taught a lesson by Xia Yan, and said, "We can't change the problem of the arsenal. We can only adapt and accept it. Is it because Jianan village can't be opened yet, so they're forced to change the venue?" Jiang Shao asked while he was busy. Jiang Shao was indeed very busy as Xia Yan dragged him towards the door. She seemed to be looking for a quiet place to get rid of the evidence. When Xia Yan realized that Jiang Shao could still speak, she used her other arm and wrapped it around Jiang Zhao's neck. She then quickly formed a lock with her arms. "That's possible." Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao, who was being dragged out, and said in a gentle voice, the greater possibility is that the top two teams of the Beijiang Provincial League did not perform well in the National League in recent years, especially last year. Their results were the lowest in history and they were ranked at the bottom. The higher-ups may think that the training venue in the province is too comfortable. Oh my God, Xia Yan, be gentler. I'm really going to suffocate. Jiang Shao grabbed Xia Yan's arm and tried his best to pull it down. However, an awakened in the Stardust stage would definitely be crushed by an awakened in the Nebula stage in terms of physical fitness. Okay, Xia Yan, I have something to discuss with Xiaopi, Hai Tianqing finally said to help Jiang Shao out of the predicament. Xia Yan's body stiffened slightly, and she lowered her head to bite Jiang Zhao's earlobe before pulling it outwards. She said in a soft voice that made one feel flustered, "Tonight, you'll see the real Xia family's swordsmanship." Jiang Shao was overjoyed and thought, "Can I finally learn new moves again? Even if I have to get beaten up, it's good to see it." "There are 100 ways to learn." Hai Tianqing walked to the door and led Jiang Shao out of the training room to the corner of the corridor. "What's the matter, Teacher Hai?" Jiang Shao asked while rubbing his sore neck. Hai Tianqing looked down at Jiang Shao and asked, "Xiaopi, is your green glow of gold quality?" Chapter 126. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao smilingly and said, "I've seen what silver quality green glow looks like. I know how powerful it is." Jiang Shao kept a straight face, but deep down, he thought, what should I do? At that time in the holy ground in the snowfield, the situation was too dangerous and Jiang Shao couldn't hide his strength. The best he could do was not open his star map. Indeed, Jiang Shao did not open his star map and managed to fool the inexperienced Li Wei. However, he obviously couldn't hide it from Hai Tianqing. Just as Jiang Shao was quickly thinking about a solution, Hai Tianqing said, "A gold-quality star technique like Mud Marsh can't be detonated just by covering our fists with star power. It can only be detonated through the repelling effect of green glow. The effect of your green glow is too strong." Jiang Shao remained silent and didn't comment. Hai Tianqing looked at the silent Jiang Shao and sighed deeply. "You don't have to do this. Your parents are no longer around. Your star technique won't implicate them." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The upgrade of Jiang Zhao's star technique was, of course, because of the internal star map. However, why did Hai Tianqing say that? Implicate my parents? Hai Tianqing gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "Your parents really love you. You have to cherish this star technique." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he pretended to be sad. He said softly, "Yes, they do love me very much." Hai Tianqing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he thought to himself, perhaps that's the reason they got lost in the dimensional space and never came back. However, those words were obviously not suitable for Jiang Shao to hear. Hai Tianqing's heart softened and he said, "However, you're very hard-working too. You really managed to absorb that gold-quality white ghoul star bead and replaced the quality of your star technique. The price of obtaining this star bead is indeed too high, but it's also extremely difficult to absorb the star technique in it. Believe me, your parents will be proud of you." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What is Hai Tianqing talking about? Jiang Shao asked. "They've never told me what they have to bear or give up. Teacher Hai, can you explain it to me? I really want to know what my parents have done for me." Hai Tianqing was slightly taken aback. "You don't know about this?" Jiang Shao shook his head and looked at Hai Tianqing with a pleading look. "Teacher Hai, please tell me. They always say that I'm young and don't let me ask too much. Now that they're gone, I don't know if they're dead or alive. I haven't seen them for more than 3 years." Hai Tianqing's face stiffened slightly. "This," Jiang Shao asked, "what did they do? How did I get this gold-quality white ghoul star bead?" Hai Tianqing hesitated for a while before smiling helplessly and shaking his head. "Let's not talk about this gold-quality white ghoul star bead. I initially thought that your silver-quality white ghoul star bead was also obtained by your parents in the holy ground. However, it seems that that's not the case. They should have gone to a higher level of snowfield to obtain it. In the regular snowfield, white ghouls have appeared before, but not gold-quality white ghouls. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly thought of what Second Last said to him back then. The upper dimension. Second Last had also said that Jiang Zhao's high-quality star techniques might have been produced by powerful creatures in the holy ground or from a higher dimension. Jiang Zhao continued to ask calmly, a higher level of snowfield? Hai Tianqing nodded and said, have you ever thought about what's behind the portal of the holy ground? Jiang Zhao thought about it and seemed to be able to hear the sound of gears clicking. I've asked Second Last about it, and she told me to remember that the portal of the holy ground is one way and that I should never try to barge in. Hai Tianqing nodded thoughtfully and said, she's right. Too many people have entered there to investigate the situation, but they didn't manage to return in the end. Jiang Zhao looked at Hai Tianqing with a burning desire for knowledge written all over his face. Hai Tianqing explained, dimensional spaces first appeared in the middle of the last century. Until today, it has only had a history of more than 60 years. Generations of people have paid a painful price to have the relatively safe environment we have today. At the end of the 1960s, the Awaken's exploration and knowledge of the dimensional space reached a certain level, and they began to take steps towards the world behind the holy ground. Hai Tianqing continued in a gentle voice, it was also this mission that took away the lives of a large number of soldiers. The holy ground has always been fixed there, but it's a path of no return. People think that if you open a door and walk in, the door behind you will still exist. However, once you enter the door of the holy ground, there will be nothing behind you. If you want to come back, it's up to fate. According to the accounts of those who were lucky enough to return, many soldiers disappeared in the space-time turbulence before they could enter the higher dimensional space. Hai Tianqing sighed and continued, as for why it's called the higher level, it's because the creatures of other dimensions there are stronger than the ones we usually come into contact with. For example, in the snowfield you entered, the white ghouls were only brass-level creatures. If you were lucky enough to pass through the gate of the holy ground and enter the snowfield of a higher level, you would see silver and gold-level white ghouls. For some reason, when these creatures of other dimensions enter the lower-level snowfield through the space-time tunnel, their strength will be greatly weakened. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao suddenly said, if we call the place where we train the lower-level snowfield, the white ghouls must have entered the lower-level snowfield through the space-time tunnel from the upper snowfield. Hai Tianqing nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Jiang Zhao said, so the holy ground in the lower-level snowfield is not a one-way tunnel. Hai Tianqing shook his head and said, yes, it's indeed a two-way door, but why is it called a one-way tunnel? It's because once you enter the portal of the holy ground and enter the higher-level snowfield, the location of the teleportation landing is random. If you want to come back, you have to find the portal. Until today, no one knows how vast the snowfield is. You might not be able to find the portal in your lifetime. Even if you do find that portal, you don't know if it will send you back to the lower layer of the snowfield, or to a higher layer of the snowfield. Hai Tianqing said with a serious expression, this is called getting lost. Second Last is right. Don't take your life as a joke. You have to remember that the portal of the holy ground is one way for all of us. Never touch it. So, you rarely see silver-quality green glow in Beijing, and almost never see gold-quality green glow, Hai Tianqing said with a sigh. Jiang Zhao acutely grasped the keyword and asked, almost never see gold-quality green glow? Hai Tianqing nodded and said, although there were countless casualties among the first batch of fearless warriors who expanded the territory, there were also some lucky ones who returned. They are already old, but the gold-quality green glow in the star map is their lifetime achievement. Jiang Zhao swallowed hard and said, Hai Tianqing said. Yes, they have the same name as your parents, wasteland reclaimers. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. Hai Tianqing had opened the door to a new world for him today. How many more secrets are there in this world that I don't know about? Here's the question. Is there a holy ground in the higher level snowfield? Can I still go to the higher level snowfield through the holy ground there? How many layers of snowfield are there in total? The snowfield has an upper dimension, and so do the other dimensional spaces. How many layers are there in total? Do the highest levels of the different dimensional spaces originate from the same latitude? Otherwise, why did they choose to take root on Earth? Hai Tianqing continued, we've lost too many soldiers, and this is a painful lesson. The difference between our efforts and our gains is too great. Under the mandatory requirements of the country, this operation has been put on hold, and troops and individuals are prohibited from entering the higher-level snowfield for exploration. Do you think the function of the Guardians of the Night is to protect the holy ground from being destroyed by the hostile forces? Hai Tianqing asked Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao understood and said, the Guardians of the Night strictly control the holy ground and the other spacetime tunnels, so that the cultivators won't get lost in the dimensional spaces and lose their lives. Hai Tianqing murmured softly, or perhaps, we're waiting for the lost wasteland reclaimers to return home. Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's heart ached a little. Hai Tianqing smiled bitterly and said, I shouldn't refer to myself as we. I'm no longer a guardian of the night. Hai Tianqing leaned against the windowsill and said, second last speaks highly of you. Jiang Shao was a little confused. His star technique could be upgraded, but Hai Tianqing misunderstood and revealed an important piece of information. His words even helped Jiang Shao fill in his worldview. Seeing that Jiang Shao did not respond, Hai Tianqing continued to ask, are you interested in the profession of the Guardians of the Night? Jiang Shao finally snapped back to his senses and asked, huh? Second last is someone who won't give up until she achieves her goals. Hai Tianqing looked out of the window and said softly, her personality is the same as her fighting style, radical and wild. Jiang Shao thought about it and felt that Hai Tianqing's words had indeed made him feel more respectful towards the Guardians of the Night. However, at the thought of the future, Jiang Shao became even more interested in the wasteland reclaimers. Everyone had just tacitly accepted the death of his parents, but Jiang Shao now knew that they might have just gotten lost in the dimensional space. There was still hope for everything. Jiang Shao said, after all, she's a soldier of the country and has to abide by the laws and discipline of the army. How could she kidnap me? Hai Tianqing had a strange smile on his face. Jiang Shao was shocked to see the mysterious smile. Seriously? Chapter 127. It will go on sale at midnight tonight. There might be a delay of 10 to 30 minutes. You has worked hard to write for a long time and has accumulated 10 chapters. He is preparing to publish all of them when it goes on sale. I hope you guys can like it and read it to your heart's content. 2 chapters is the minimum, and 8 chapters can be considered as additional chapters. I hope this book can bring you guys happiness. I also hope that you's hard work can be recognized by you. This is the 5th book that you has written. You really wants to have some results that he can show off. He really wants to get some recognition. Every subscription is of the utmost importance to you. I'm counting on you guys. 9-star Poison Milk, launched currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 128. Master, is there a solution to this calamity? Jiang Shao asked while looking at Hai Tianqing, who had a peculiar expression on his face. Hai Tianqing thought about it and finally shook his head. There's no solution. How dare you? I, Jiang Shao, am being threatened and robbed by a big cat in broad daylight. Jiang Shao said indignantly. Is there any law in this world? Is there still law? Did you change your name yourself, Jiang Shao? Hai Tianqing asked curiously. Second last calls you that too. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and continued, the name my family gave me is too random. I'm going to find a chance to change my name. What do you think about entering college? If you really want to go to school, you have to be the best of the best, Hai Tianqing said. Hai Tianqing suggested a method that wasn't really a solution. Let more universities notice you. Jiang Shao was noncommittal and asked, what do you think of this matter? A rookie in the Stardust stage joining the Guardians of the Night? Hai Tianqing looked out of the window and remained silent for a while before saying, she doesn't like your strength, but your potential and character. What do you mean? Jiang Shao asked with raised brows. She likes the way you deal with problems, from the choices you make in a battle to the details of a battle. Hai Tianqing sighed softly and continued, she also sees qualities in you that ordinary people don't have, such as your attitude towards life and your attitude towards your comrades. People always see what they want to see. Jiang Shao shook his head and continued, everything is just a coincidence. I'm not as good as she thinks I am. Hai Tianqing was stunned for a moment, for he never thought that a child would say something like that. She should be most satisfied with the fact that I risked my life to guard her corpse, heal her, and pull her back from hell, Jiang Shao said helplessly. But if I don't guard her, where can I go? If I don't save her, how can I walk out of the snowfield alive? Hai Tianqing said, you think you only have one choice, but in the eyes of others, you have thousands of choices. These words are not reasons. If you really want to persuade her to give up, don't use these words. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and hesitated for a while before saying, do you think I should follow her? Join the Guardians of the Night? After all, Hai Tianqing still had feelings for his former teammate. He said, first last and second last do need qualified teammates. Jiang Shao looked at Hai Tianqing and realized that he was the former fourth last. He asked, why were you fired? Hai Tianqing smiled with a hint of bitterness, but he did not respond. Jiang Shao changed the topic and asked, tell me about Three Tails. Hai Tianqing asked curiously, why are you interested in a person who has never appeared in your life? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, I can tell that you have a deep relationship with this team, and you also want me to join the Guardians of the Night. So, I have to find out more about this team. Since you won't tell me about your situation, I'll ask third last about it. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao silently and finally sighed without responding. Jiang Shao asked, why? What's there to hide? Seeing that second last can coexist peacefully with you, I can tell that third last is the one who betrayed the team. Hai Tianqing, Second last's desire for loyalty is beyond that of ordinary people. Maybe she's already sick. She's so sick that she wants a high school student to join the Guardians of the Night, one of the top teams in China. That's simply a fantasy. Hai Tianqing said, she won't give you the identity of a Guardian of the Night. She'll only accept you as her disciple, and you'll start as an apprentice. Jiang Shao said, so you acquiesced. To a certain extent, it's considered a betrayal. Hai Tianqing looked at the scenery outside the window and his eyes, which were hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses, seemed to be in a daze as he reminisced. The Guardians of the Night and the light-chasing team are, after all, the national troops that have strict discipline. Third last is a very thoughtful person, and she made a decision that she thought was right, Hai Tianqing said with a bitter smile. Later, I left the light-chasing team after the investigation, Hai Tianqing said calmly. You didn't disobey the military order, but you chose to support him when the investigation was carried out? Jiang Shao asked curiously. Hai Tianqing nodded and then shook his head without saying a word. Jiang Shao asked curiously, how big a mistake did he make? Hai Tianqing said. Hai Tianqing pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and sorted out his emotions. He then patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and ended the topic with a smile. Second last's real name is Luan Hongying. Remember it well. What a stiff way to change the topic. However, since Hai Tianqing didn't want to mention it again, Jiang Zhao didn't press on. Second last did tell me once, but her voice was too hoarse and I didn't hear it clearly. I didn't dare to ask. What's her name again? Jiang Zhao said meekly. Ning Qiu Luan Bao, Gan Qiu Li Rong, Luan. Now that Hongying is in our hands, when will we be able to restrain Sang Long, Hongying? Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Zhao speechlessly. Jiang Zhao scratched his head and said, Luan Hongying, I'd better call her second last. I'm scared just by hearing her name. Her personality is indeed a little extreme and her behavior is also a little radical. After you meet her, if you encounter any accidents, call her by her real name so that she'll be a little more clear-headed. Jiang Zhao panicked and thought, what does that mean? He couldn't be bothered to get to the bottom of it anymore. Hai Tianqing seemed to be implying that second last was going to look for him soon. You've been back from the snowfield for more than a month. Have you learned any spoken English? Hai Tianqing continued to ask. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple move. Oh my god. Something's really going to happen. Let's go back. I did come to your team today because I have something to announce. Hai Tianqing put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder and walked towards the training room. At the same time, he reminded him, you'd better take some time to practice your spoken English. It'll only be beneficial to you. Jiang Zhao was speechless. Guys, stop. Hai Tianqing brought Jiang Zhao back to the training room again and looked at the other three students. Xia Yan and the others stopped training and turned around to look at Hai Tianqing. The higher-ups have high expectations for the team from Jiangbin High School. They don't want us to be at the bottom like last year, Hai Tianqing said. Han Jiangshu asked calmly, Teacher Hai, are you referring to the National High School League? Hai Tianqing nodded and said, Yes, the National High School League. Xia Yan sneered and said, We haven't even passed the Provincial High School League, and you're already talking about the National High School League? Isn't it too early? No. Hai Tianqing shook his head and said, It's not too early. According to the information we have so far, your team is considered rather outstanding in the Beijiang Province high school area. You have a reasonable professional configuration, an excellent commander, and a relatively outstanding team. I believe that your goal is not just to get 10 points from the Beijiang Provincial High School League, but also 20 points from the National High School League. In fact, Hai Tianqing glanced at everyone and continued, if your team performs exceptionally well, it's possible for you to be exempted from the college entrance examination. You might even be chosen by some colleges and universities and be specially recruited. Or, they might even contact Jiangbin High School to give you a recommendation. These are all possible things, Hai Tianqing said, as he looked at the four children in front of him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. A loyal and fearless shield warrior. A swift and fierce sword warrior. A calm, intelligent, and powerful rules-awakened commander. There was also a seemingly mischievous but extremely reliable toxic healer. The lineup of the team was perfect. Any kind-hearted person would not be willing to break up such a team. Hai Tianqing used to be the most worried about the mischievous Jiang Zhao. However, the trip to the snowfield made Hai Tianqing look at him in a different light. The facts were there, and so were the result. Regardless of how mischievous Jiang Zhao was, he had truly experienced the test of life and death in the snowfield and had led them out with his actions time and time again. He was a child who was good at creating miracles. Behind every unexpected action, he had a strong heart. Physical weakness was never the original sin, but mental weakness was. The school will focus on nurturing 3 teams. Your team can be considered to have been selected internally. Hai Tianqing looked at the children and said, There are still more than 2 months to go before the Provincial League. In these 2 months, the school will organize you to go to the arsenal for training and familiarize you with the creatures of other dimensions, their habits, combat characteristics, and methods. However, Jiang Shao secretly sighed and thought, the real purpose is probably for us to overcome our psychological barriers and familiarize ourselves with how to kill. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 129. After Hai Tianqing came to look for Jiang Shao, he was indeed worried for a long time. However, Jiang Shao soon forgot about it amidst the arduous learning and training. Fortunately, he had star power to protect his body. Otherwise, he would have really died of overwork from the intense training and learning every day. There were many benefits to living in Xia Yan's house. Firstly, the food was especially good. The breakfast and supper that they had every day could be described as sumptuous. Not to mention that it was unhealthy for Jiang Shao to eat supper in the middle of the night. He was really hungry. Jiang Shao, who was still developing, would never suppress his desire for delicacies. Of the several desires he had at the present stage, appetite was obviously the easiest to satisfy. Another advantage of living in Xia Yan's house was that there would be a chauffeur for free every day. Although the Land Rover was a little flashy for a child, it would be fine once he got used to it. Jiang Shao carried his school bag and walked into the classroom with his head lowered. At this moment, he was really stressed out. He clearly had 3 years to prepare for the final examination, but in order to help Han Jiangxue, he had no choice but to enter Year 3 of high school in advance. The 3 main subjects were easy to handle. After all, Jiang Shao had learned them in the previous world. However, the star study written test that accounted for 100 points gave Jiang Shao a headache. Why did his team work so hard to get more points for the college entrance examination? 10 points for the provincial league tournament. What was the result? Previously, Jiang Shao scored more than 30 points for the subject of dimension, while Han Jiangxue scored 92 points. To Jiang Shao, what was the point of adding 10 points? Jiang Zhao's mentality was constantly changing. After experiencing the accident in the snowfield, he wanted to stay by Han Jiangxue's side and not stay in school to study or send her to university. In particular, they were in the backyard of Xia Yan's home and on the cold stone step. When Han Jiangxue slightly let go of her dignity as a parent and turned her body slightly to lean against Jiang Zhao's shoulder, at that moment, Jiang Shao realized what he wanted. Yes, Jiang Shao wanted to get into the same university as Han Jiangxue. He didn't want to stay in school or join the Guardians of the Night. He wanted to take good care of Han Jiangxue, who had to bear everything by herself. Morning reading, morning classes, and evening self-study sessions were the rare times when Jiang Shao could study from book. Morning exercises, afternoon practical lessons, and night training sessions were all filled to the brim. At this moment, Jiang Shao needed the cloning technique the most. No, the doppelganger technique would not work. He would probably need the shadow doppelganger technique. He would train his body and techniques and let the doppelganger learn knowledge in school. After he retrieved the doppelganger, his mind would be filled with all the knowledge that the doppelganger had learned. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao did not manage to find that star technique. There were many dimensional creatures that could clone, but from the feedback of users on the internet, it didn't seem to reach the expected strength. He wondered if the quality of the star technique would be able to achieve the desired effect after the upgrade. There were very few star techniques like doppelganger in Beijiang province, and the White Ghoul Witch's decoy star technique could be considered one. He wondered if the decoy star technique would become more interesting after its quality was upgraded. The brass tear bait was just an illusory figure. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's silver quality, decoy, at least seemed to have a physical form. If he continued to level up, would he be able to create a physical body that he could control? Would the body have its own consciousness? At this stage, Jiang Shao could control the figure of the decoy and make it do whatever he wanted. It was just like how Jiang Shao could control his own hand. He didn't need to train much and could control them with ease. Xiaopi! Xiaopi! A small head leaned over and said in a pleasant voice. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and realized that it was the Livestream girl sitting in front of him. Whenever Su Rou spoke in such a tone, Jiang Shao would know that he had to work again. Jiang Shao sat in his seat and took out a book from his school bag while asking, "Where does it hurt again today? Hey, did you grow taller again?" Su Rou stood up and looked up at Jiang Shao. She was about 165 centimeters tall, and perhaps because she was a live streamer, she was very sensitive to everyone's physical appearance. In the past few months since the start of school, she had carefully noticed some changes in Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Don't try to suck up to me. Where exactly does it hurt?" "What do you mean it hurts? It doesn't hurt at all. Hurry and say hello to my fans." Su Rou scurried towards Jiang Shao and placed her mobile phone in front of them. "Ah, hello." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and saw the pop-up comments on the screen. "My adorable little pork bun is being despised. Oh, isn't this our toxic healer? I see my brother-in-law again. How's your sister? Brother-in-law, I'm going to test you on mathematics. What's your sister's phone number? Pork bun's thigh hurts a little today. Hurry and massage it for her. Sob, sob, sob. Little pork bun is despised by the toxic healer." "What are you talking about, toxic healer? It's your blessing to be able to treat pork bun. Help me touch her but first and see if it feels good." Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face, and he looked up at the clock hanging beside the blackboard. 6:30 in the morning? So many people are watching the live stream? Are these people so bored that they have nothing better to do? All of a sudden, a series of question marks appeared on the screen. Su Rou knew that she was in trouble and frantically said, "I've been inviting people to watch since I washed up and put on my makeup in the morning. When I was eating the buns just now, many people tipped me and asked me to order a few more dishes. Thanks to my fans, I ate 8 dishes." Jiang Shao was speechless. "Wow, that's impressive. Not only can you be called pork bun, but you can also be called side dish. Why don't you just change your name to breakfast? Have you eaten too much? Does your stomach hurt?" Jiang Shao reached out and pressed his hand on her lower abdomen skillfully without the slightest bit of awkwardness or hesitation. That was because in the past month, the so-called awkwardness had long disappeared. Jiang Shao did not cast the beam of light. Instead, his hand was filled with white light as he gently rubbed Su Rou's stomach. "Hey, hey, hey! Hand! Your paw! Where are you touching? Let go! Perverted streamer, I'm following you. The camera is pointing downwards. I can't see where the toxic healer is touching you. Streamer, please put away that beautiful face of yours. Please stop making nasal sounds and cherish your live stream." Su Rou's face was flushed and her eyes were watery. She lowered her head slightly and her body was a little out of control. However, she knew that Jiang Shao was already restraining the effects of blessing. "My stomach doesn't hurt," Su Rou muttered. "Huh? Where does it hurt then?" Jiang Shao retracted his palm. "It doesn't hurt anywhere. A fan saw you on the camera just now and asked me to come over to talk to you." Su Rou finally recovered and said with a flushed face. "Oh." Jiang Shao sat down and said, "I've already seen them and greeted them. Hurry and go back. The form teacher will be here soon." Su Rou said softly, "They want me to ask you if you really like Xia Yan." Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and wondered, where did that come from? Someone posted on Weibo that you confessed to Xia Yan for 8 consecutive days. You confessed once a day and said different words of love every day, Su Rou said with a smile. What the heck? Jiang Shao realized that something was amiss. Did I confess to Xia Yan on Weibo? That's impossible. But Xia Yan used my mobile phone to confess to herself. Although you deleted it, Someone took a screenshot before you deleted it. Su Ro took out her mobile phone and skillfully found a picture. Jiang Shao grabbed it. When he saw through Xia Yan's plan, she had already deleted the Weibo post. Now Jiang Shao was finally lucky enough to see how Xia Yan confessed to herself. Oh my god, the more Jiang Shao looked at it, the more his heart ached. Okay. He felt sorry for himself. Is this true? Su Ro asked. This is utter nonsense. Who photoshopped this? Jiang Shao looked at the camera of the mobile phone and said with a solemn expression, If you're that capable, why are you staying at home and spreading rumors? Go apply for a job as a special effects artist. The Chinese film industry needs you to save it. Dong dong dong, Yi Lanxiang's form teacher walked in rhythmically in her high heels and slammed a stack of papers on the podium. 2 people, come up and distribute the papers. Read them in the morning and talk about the mathematics papers. Yi Lanxiang looked at Jiang Shao and said, Jiang Shao, work hard. Jiang Shao hurriedly stepped forward and picked up the papers. While distributing them, he said with a smile, I'll work hard. I think I've fallen in love with mathematics. She makes me crazy and mesmerized. She's made me find the meaning of life. All of a sudden, everyone in the class shushed him. If it weren't for the fact that the form teacher was standing on the podium, they would probably have thrown their books and pens at him. In the back row, Xia Yan, who was drowsy and in a daze, shivered like a husky that was having a fit. She looked at Jiang Shao, who was distributing the papers with her large, bewildered eyes. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Strange, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. From afar, Xia Yan saw Jiang Shao walking towards her with a piece of paper in his hand. Xia Yan suddenly snapped out of her trance. Jiang Shao replaced the words mathematics with Sister Xia Yan just now. Wasn't that what she posted on Weibo? Jiang Shao slammed a piece of paper on Xia Yan's desk and stared at her intently. Xia Yan smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was right beside her. Xia Yan's perpetually arrogant and haughty face finally revealed a pleading expression. She whispered, Xiaopi, don't be rash. Let's talk in private. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 130. For Alliance Master Rex 1/10 Han Jiangxue clearly sensed that there was something wrong with Xia Yan in the past few days, especially her attitude towards Jiang Shao, which made her feel that the sun had risen from the west. At this moment, Xia Yan was also cursing in her heart. The matter originally ended with Xia Shanhai teaching Xia Yan a lesson and Xia Yan teaching Jiang Shao a lesson. Jiang Shao didn't know which immoral person had taken a screenshot and allowed him to see the words she said while confessing her love to herself. Besides, some of the words of endearment were rather mushy and Xia Yan felt embarrassed when she looked at them. She had become much more reserved in front of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao found it amusing and infuriating at the same time. Xia Yan had really put in a lot of effort in order to get Han Jiangxue's attention. Both father and daughter should change their names to Xia Xueben. Jiang Shao felt that it wasn't right to go on like this. As a man, should he shoulder the responsibility? Should he protect Han Jiangxue? The answer was yes. So, should Jiang Shao straighten Xia Yan? Yes. That's a problem. That night, the two of them went to the parking lot with Xia Yan as usual. Jiang Shao gave Li Qingmei a blessing and watched the couple drive away under Li Wei's grateful gaze. Ka-cha! Xia Yan sat in the driver's seat of her car and leaned out of the window with her mobile phone. She then took a photo. Due to the fact that she had just been blessed, Li Qingmei was indeed in an intoxicating state. In the photo, Li Qingmei was seated in the front passenger seat of a luxury car, waving at Jiang Shao with a sweet smile and a dreamy gaze. Li Wei, who was in the driver's seat, leaned forward and nodded at Jiang Shao with a smile. The dim street lamps elongated Jiang Zhao's lonely figure. He stood outside the car with one hand in his pocket and the other waving goodbye to the couple. The photo was simply too artistic. Oh, poor Xiaopi. Xia Yan looked at the photo in her mobile phone and had already imagined a 10,000-word torturous story. Han Jiangxue tilted her head and looked at the photo in Xia Yan's mobile phone. Although she knew that it was a joke, the smile of the couple in the luxury car and Jiang Zhao's lonely figure did seem rather pitiful under the dim street lamps. Xia Yan murmured, "The most perfect thing is that I only managed to capture Shrimpy's back view. I can easily imagine its expression. Oh my God, Xia Yan, you're really amazing. Put it away. If he sees it, you two will quarrel again," Han Jiangxue said softly. "I knew that Xue still likes me." Xia Yan hurriedly put away her mobile phone. Once the commotion died down, she would be ready to post it on Weibo. Xia Yan turned around, only to see that Jiang Shao had stopped in his tracks. "Shoo," Xia Yan whistled. "Xiaopi, hurry and get in the car. It's time to go home." Jiang Shao humphed in disdain, but he did not take a step forward, because he saw a tall, pitch-black figure standing beside the black car not far away. Jiang Shao really didn't want to see that figure, especially his long and narrow almond-shaped eyes. The tall figure opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He leaned forward and extended his arm to open the driver's door. Next, the figure sat up straight, leaned against the chair, and looked at Jiang Shao silently. Jiang Shao wanted to leave and pretend that nothing had happened. However, the scenes of the past kept flashing in his mind, reminding him that he might not be able to bear the consequences of doing so. Jiang Shao took 2 steps forward and placed his hand on the window of the Land Rover. He said to Han Jiangxue, "I'll go back later." Han Jiangxue turned around in surprise and looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment. If it were a few months ago, she would have dragged him into the car. However, her impression of Jiang Shao had completely changed now. He was a diligent and hard-working child who wouldn't want to waste time going out to play. Compared to the teachers and coaches, Jiang Shao was much stricter with himself. "What's the matter? Where are you going at night?" Xia Yan asked curiously and straightforwardly. "An old friend is here to see me," Jiang Shao said helplessly. "You? Old friend? Your middle school classmate? I'll go and take a look with you," Xia Yan said, feeling rather interested. Jiang Shao thought about their personalities and the various situations that might occur. He then said, "Nah, I'll go by myself. I'll go home early." Xia Yan turned to look at Han Jiangxue, feeling a little hesitant. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and didn't respond. "I do have something to do, but it's not dangerous. I'll go back immediately," Jiang Shao said in a serious tone. Han Jiangxue pondered for a while and said, "Okay, go home early. I'll keep in touch." Xia Yan looked at Han Jiangxue in bewilderment and muttered, "Wow, you're so at ease about letting a child go out at night? He's more reliable than you. Drive." Han Jiangxue humphed and continued, "Pft." Xia Yan humphed in disdain and ignored Jiang Shao before stepping on the accelerator and driving away. Han Jiangxue remembered the direction that Jiang Shao was looking at just now. On the way out of the dark parking lot, she carefully looked out of the window and finally saw a black sedan parked in a parking space with its door open. After making eye contact for a while, Han Jiangxue immediately remembered who that person was. Someone from the Guardians of the Night? Why is such a high-level figure still in contact with Jiang Shao? Xia Yan seemed to be completely unaware of it as she muttered angrily and sped all the way. Jiang Shao strode towards the black sedan and looked at the large figure inside helplessly. He then pointed at the empty driver's seat and asked, "Are you sure? It's an automatic." "It's not very technical. It's just a toy," second last said. "Left pedal on the brake and right pedal on the accelerator. Remember to use your right foot to step on the pedal. Your left foot is idle. Drive forward, reverse with R, and stop with P. You don't need to know about the other gears." Ah. Jiang Shao sat in the driver's seat. If he didn't know how to drive, he would have really believed second last. Jiang Shao turned around to look at second last, who was dressed in a crimson trench coat and had her ponytail tied low. Coupled with her cold aura, she seemed rather charming. The passenger seat under her had already been pulled to the back, and her two long legs were still curled up in an aggrieved manner. Women who were about 1.7 meters tall were already tall enough. It would be troublesome if they were too tall. Is it because you feel uncomfortable driving? Jiang Shao asked smilingly as he slid the driver's seat forward. Second last placed her elbow on the window and said in a flat voice, "Yes." Jiang Shao asked, "Don't you know how to drive a jeep?" Second last looked out of the window silently without responding. Jiang Shao asked helplessly, "Where are we going?" Second last said calmly in a hoarse voice, "Anywhere." "Are you in a bad mood?" Jiang Shao asked as he subconsciously turned on the right flashing light and stepped on the accelerator. Second last raised her eyebrows slightly, not sure if it was because of the flashing light or Jiang Zhao's words. She said hoarsely, "Let's find a quiet place to chat." Screech. The car stopped abruptly and Jiang Shao shifted into reverse gear before returning to the parking spot. Jiang Shao turned to look at second last and said, "We're here." Second last was speechless. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao asked. Second last looked at Jiang Shao with a smirk and reached out to tap on the screen in the middle of the screen. She then said, "Go here." "Spa." "Spa?" Jiang Shao exclaimed in shock when he saw the name on the GPS. "There's a barbecue shop opposite," second last said casually. Jiang Shao was speechless. Second last asked, "You don't like it?" Jiang Shao said, "Of course I like to eat skewers. Next time you should set the location more accurately. You gave me a fright." Second last looked out of the window and said, "It's very small and run down. I can't find it on the map." Jiang Shao slowly stepped on the accelerator and could tell that there was something special in her words. Chapter 131. Alliance Leader +2/10****. The temperature in Beijing in late November was already very low. At 10:50 p.m., the cold wind blew the fallen leaves, making them rustle against the ground in the alley. In the dark alley there was a small and shabby shop, but it was as warm as spring. There was a layer of fog on the slightly old glass door, which showed the temperature inside and outside. Two figures stood in front of the door and stared at the shop that had no signboard. "Here?" Jiang Shao asked as he looked up at second last. "Yes." Second last strode in and pushed the door open. Jiang Shao followed her in. Compared to the shabby exterior, the interior was unusually clean and tidy even though it was small and narrow. Putting aside the kitchen that he couldn't see, it was only about 20 square meters in size and there were 6 small tables. There was no one at all and the shop was probably closed. An old auntie in her 50s who was slightly plump and had short curly hair was sitting behind the wooden bar counter, counting the day's income. The small bell on the door rang crisply as the door was opened. The auntie looked up with a kind smile and said, "We're already closed." The auntie's face stiffened. She looked at the tall figure and the smile on her face became more sincere. Her slightly turbid eyes seemed to have regained some spirit. "Child, are you on holiday?" Second last nodded gently with a smile on her sullen face. "And to you." It was a warm smile. Jiang Shao had long known that the woman beside him was temperamental, but he had never seen her smile so warmly before. It was as if her cold aura had been dispelled by the old but warm shop. Her aura would make anyone avoid her, and no one would treat her like an ordinary person. However, Jiang Shao saw an ordinary young woman who was full of humanity here. "Geezer you, let's get to work." The auntie hurriedly walked to the kitchen, mumbling, "Is there any more codfish at home? Hong Ying is here." "Do you come here every time you're on vacation?" Jiang Shao asked. "Yes." Second last took off her crimson trench coat and hung it on the hanger. As soon as they finished the simple action, a middle-aged man with slightly white hair walked over with an induction cooker and a shabu-shabu pot. He placed them on the small table that the two of them had chosen. "It's good that you're here." The uncle smiled and squatted down with the plug in his hand. "I'll do it." Jiang Shao took the plug and leaned over. "Pretty good, I guess," the middle-aged man said while staring at Second Last and wiping his hands on the apron in front of him. "Okay." Second Last raised her head slightly and smiled, her long and narrow eyes curved into two crescent moons. That's good, that's good. Hurry up and open it." "Wait a moment. It'll be right there," the uncle said hurriedly and turned around to walk to the kitchen. More than 10 minutes later, steam rose from the belly shabu wok and a bubbling sound could be heard. A plate of salted peanuts, a plate of vinegar-preserved eggs, and a plate of nut spinach were placed on the table. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Wine." Jiang Shao ate the peanuts with one hand and seemed to have been influenced by her style. He replied, "Car." Second Last nodded and didn't respond again. She simply flipped the belly shabu in the pot. Ever since they entered the old but warm hut, Jiang Shao had no intention of starting a conversation because he didn't want to disturb Second Last. "You're going to the arsenal the day after tomorrow," Second Last said. "Yeah, the provincial government doesn't seem to be satisfied with the results of the students in the National League. Hence, they increased the difficulty of the training," Jiang Shao said as he ate a peanut. "Ha!" Second Last chuckled in disdain and declined to comment. "Come on, kid, what would you like to drink?" The auntie brought over 2 glasses, one of which was empty and the other was filled with alcohol. She placed them in front of Second Last and said to Jiang Shao, "This is homemade liquor. You're still young, aren't you?" Jiang Shao waved his hands and said, "Plain water will do." "Good kid, don't drink too much," the auntie nagged and turned around to get the kettle. Second Last picked up the glass in front of her and took a sip, after which the spicy liquid filled her lips and tongue and flowed down her throat and into her chest. Second Last slowly put down the glass and felt the fire in her chest. She exhaled slowly and said, "The star techniques of the creatures of other dimensions in the arsenal are not suitable for you." "They're all right," Jiang Shao said casually. "I've analyzed them carefully and some of them are quite interesting." Second Last looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, "You only have 9 star slots. You shouldn't waste your empty slots on those star techniques. Are you here to give me advice? Do you care what I put in my star slots?" Jiang Shao asked with a smile. Second Last nodded and said, "Yes, I'll be involved in every step of your growth in the future." Jiang Shao panicked and hurriedly changed the topic. "Abomination is not bad," Second Last said. "Brass quality, it's useless." Jiang Shao picked up a belly shabu skewer and said, "Nostalgia is not bad either." Second Last shook her head and said, "Silver quality, the range of the halo is too small and the effect is too low." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. "That's terrible, brother." Looking at Jiang Zhao's expression, Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "Don't pin your hopes on using high-level star beads to replace low-level star techniques and improve the quality. No one in this world will love you as much as they do and risk their lives for you." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, "It seems that I've discussed it with Hai Tianqing, and they're on the same page." Second Last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said in a monotonous voice, "You only have 6 star slots left. The star techniques that you have that are beyond quality are enough for you to grow in the early stages. When you reach the galaxy stage, you can choose from the gold quality star technique." "You're too domineering," Jiang Shao said helplessly. Second Last picked up the glass of wine and looked at Jiang Shao before taking a sip. "Spicy ribs, lamb skewers, and your favorite grilled codfish." Auntie Li walked over with a plate and placed the teapot on Jiang Zhao's table while speaking. Auntie Li didn't say anything else after getting no response from Second Last. She glanced at second last, who was drinking, and then at Jiang Shao, who was eating peanut. She then left quietly. The boiling mahogany pot was emitting white steam. Through the steam, Jiang Shao stared at second last's almond-shaped eyes and made up his mind. He mustered his courage and said, "I don't want to join the army. I want to go to school." Second last's gaze became menacing, and she stared at Jiang Shao silently. Jiang Shao pulled down the collar of his hoodie. His body was warm, but his heart was cold. In the warm and cozy shop, second last, who was more humane, gave Jiang Shao some courage. Jiang Shao forced himself to calm down and said, "I want to stay by my sister's side. I saw real danger in the snowfield previously and found out what kind of battles she would participate in the future as an outstanding awakened. I want to do my best to protect her." Second last's eyes dimmed and she picked up the glass of wine that she had just put down and slowly placed it on her lip. The shop that was already closed was empty. Although the lights were bright, Jiang Zhao's table was the only one in the shop. There was no noise and only the ticking of the clock on the wall could be heard. There was no noise, only the sound of the boiling mahogany pot. Finally, second last broke the silence and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's eat then." "I'm not eating." Jiang Shao frantically stood up and said, "I still have class tomorrow, and she's waiting for me to go back too. If it's too late, she'll be worried." Second last remained silent and nodded gently. She then raised her hand and took out a rolled-up map from the pocket of her trench coat that was hanging on the wall. She then handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao asked curiously, "What's this?" Second last said in a hoarse voice, and her movements were a little stiff, "Take it." Jiang Shao looked at the map in front of him, and then at second last, only to discover that she was looking down and no longer looking aggressive. Jiang Shao wasn't bewitched by her gaze. He could tell that she was stiff, and after thinking about it, Jiang Shao grabbed the map and said softly, "Go home early." Jiang Shao then turned around and walked out of the warm and bright shop. He pushed open the glass door that was filled with fog and felt a gust of cold wind. He pulled his collar up and turned around to look at the shop. Second last was sitting alone behind the small table, while the steam from the small pot on the table obscured her face. However, he could see that she had picked up the glass of wine again and was taking a sip. When she put down the glass again, there was only half a glass left. Jiang Shao shook his head and closed the door. It was quiet in the dark alley. He looked into the distance and saw that the lights in the skyscrapers were all lit up with a warm glow. He thought of Hai Tianqing's instructions and reckoned that she might not be as radical as Hai Tianqing made her out to be. Or perhaps the special environment had increased Jiang Zhao's survival rate. Jiang Shao walked out of the dim alley and saw the pitch-black car parked at the entrance. He held his forehead helplessly and put one hand in his pocket. Indeed, the car key was still with him. Regardless of second last's personality, Jiang Shao didn't think that giving her the car key would be the right choice. Jiang Shao, who was at a loss for what to do, sat down on the steps. Should I put the car key on the tire? Or should I go back and put it at the entrance of the shop? Why don't I knock on the door? Under normal circumstances, the auntie will come out, right? Jiang Shao sat on the stone steps and pondered while holding the map in his left hand and the car key in his right. He was a little upset and opened the map with the help of the dim street lights. "This is the topographic map of the arsenal? Hand-drawn?" There were all kinds of terrain, symbols, marks, restricted areas, distribution of monsters, supply points, guards, guardians of the night. It was densely packed and detailed. Every stroke of the words marked on the map seemed to be able to see the shadows of swords and knives. The tip of the blade was swallow-tailed and strong. Just like her, she was ineloquent and sharp with her words. She wasn't caring and her movements were stiff. The warm and caring actions that were initially filled with love and concern turned into domineering and clumsy. Jiang Shao looked at the detailed map in his hand and recalled that second last's cold and aloof demeanor had turned into silence and stubbornness. Jiang Shao couldn't help but stand up when he thought of how dejected she looked after the fog. Ah! Jiang Shao sighed deeply and turned around to walk back. Ring ring ring. The doorbell rang. Auntie Lee said from the bar counter, "We're closing." Auntie Lee stopped speaking and Jiang Shao strode in and stood in front of the small table. He looked at the untouched dishes and the empty wine glass in front of her. "You're back." Her hoarse voice finally sounded a little emotional. There was finally a hint of emotion in her voice. Through the fog, Jiang Shao seemed to have seen a hint of surprise on her cold and aloof face. Perhaps he must have seen wrongly. Chapter 132. Alliance Leader 3/10 *****. The map of the arsenal? Jiang Shao asked, trying to find a topic to talk about. The place has been sealed off now, and some teams have gone in to set up the formation of the creatures of other dimensions. Second last seemed to be in a good mood. She turned around and waved at the middle-aged woman behind the counter. The location is in Zhongqing County, south of Guanlin City. There were many arsenals in Beijiang Province, and it seemed that the location of the Provincial League was in Guanlin City. Although it was not considered a port city, it was close to Russia. So, this is the map of the distribution of monsters in the arsenal? Jiang Shao asked as he pointed at the rolled-up map. This was drawn according to my experience. Second last turned her body slightly, and the middle-aged woman poured some wine into the glass in front of her. Won't you violate the rules by doing this? Jiang Shao asked, feeling a little touched. I drew it and it's my guess. Second last reached for the wine. Let's eat some first, Jiang Shao said all of a sudden. Second last's hand that was holding onto the glass paused for a moment, but she still placed it on her lips and took a sip. My parents joined the army in an interesting way, Jiang Shao said as he picked up a lamb skewer. Second last nodded thoughtfully and said, if we travel around, we might delay the progress of the mission. A team should be together all the time. Jiang Shao was in a much better mood as he ate the delicious meat skewers. This is the best way I can think of. Besides, I'm just your apprentice, right? I'm not a regular member. That's what Hai Tianqing told you, Second last said in a hoarse voice while picking up a whole codfish. The chopsticks seemed to have become a decoration. Jiang Shao did not answer her and simply asked, what do you think of my suggestion? You'll be very tired, and your school life won't be as wonderful as you think it will be. Second last ate a large piece of grilled codfish while her fingers were stained with golden oil. There was also some chili sauce on her rosy lip. Looking at second last, who was disregarding her image, Jiang Shao smiled and shook his head. I'm young, I can take it. Second last nodded and asked, where does Han Jiangshu want to go? Jiang Shao took out 2 napkins and handed them to second last, who had just put down the cod. He said, she might want to go somewhere further to take a look. She has an uncertain future. Different cities, different environments, different students, and different teachers will all result in different outcomes. Second last was slightly bewildered because she didn't expect him to say something like that. She was silent for a while and said, Huaxia. Jiang Shao nodded and said, it should be China. I've never heard of her wanting to study abroad. Second last finally nodded and said, yeah, an uncertain future. Life is wonderful. Staring at the fish bones and fish fillets in front of second last, Jiang Shao felt that the fish was rather unpleasant. Let's talk about it later. It's still early. Jiang Shao put aside his worries and started eating the skewers. The 2 figures, one big and one small, fell into silence. Only the sound of eating could be heard. In the end, second last finished the second glass of wine and stood up while swaying left and right. Jiang Shao prayed that she could walk on her own because he couldn't carry her. If he really couldn't, he would have no choice but to drag her back like a dead dog. The auntie sent them to the door and watched as second last disappeared into the night without turning back. She couldn't help but exclaim in concern, "Hong Ying, be careful. Come back often." Second last didn't turn around and simply waved her hand casually before continuing to walk forward. The cold wind blew past, but it didn't make her button up her trench coat. Her body was burning hot, and she even felt that the cold wind was like a spring breeze. "This is?" Jiang Shao asked as he caught up to her. "My comrade's parents," Second last said as she placed a hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Finally, what was supposed to happen had to happen. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Jiang Shao said helplessly, "Is this the reason why you don't pay for your meal?" However, Second last said, once upon a time, it was impossible for her parents to have a past relationship. After all, only a minority of people in this world would sever ties with their father. Hence, the past that she mentioned should be referring to her comrade. That meant that the so-called comrade had left her. He might have betrayed her, left the team, or died. Since Second last could visit the shop, it meant that she didn't betray them. In that case, it could be a comrade who had left the team or died during a mission. If he had only left the team, it would be impossible for Second last and the auntie to not talk about him. From the beginning to the end, the old couple didn't talk about their child or their comrade. Hence, that person should have died. At this point, Jiang Shao didn't probe further. After all, it would be easy for him to get into trouble. He changed the topic and asked, "Where are we going?" Second last's crimson trench coat fluttered in the cold wind and her body swayed slightly. She said in a hoarse voice, "I don't know." "Where's your home?" Jiang Shao continued to ask. "No," Second last said casually. Jiang Shao was speechless. "Do you have any relatives or friends? Do you want to stay there?" Jiang Shao asked helplessly. Second last didn't respond and simply shook her head. "It's such a cold day. Are you going to use me as a walking stick to go shopping?" Jiang Shao asked, feeling rather speechless. "Where are we going?" Second last asked calmly. Jiang Shao said meekly, "There's a bathhouse in front." Second last lowered her head and her slightly dazed eyes gradually became clear again. Jiang Shao said, "The bathhouse looks great. Why don't you go to the hall to sleep?" As soon as she said that, she stared at Jiang Shao with her eyes that were gradually becoming clearer. Under the dim yellow street lights, her eyes were like a ferocious beast in the dark, making one's hair stand on end. Jiang Shao was panicking, so he asked, "Why don't I get a room for you?" The ferocious beast's eyes gradually became sharp. Jiang Shao frantically said, There's no one at home." Second last finally retracted her gaze, and the two of them happened to walk out of the alley and towards the car. Ever since the two of them moved to Xia Yan's house, they hadn't been home for a long time. Jiang Shao drove towards Huiyuan Estate in Dongqing District with ease and familiarity. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any traffic police along the way. Although he was an experienced driver with many years of driving experience, he didn't get a driver's license in this life. At 12:15 a.m., the car slowly stopped in front of Building 1 of Block G7 and the two of them got out of the car. "What's the matter now?" Jiang Shao locked the car while Second last stood rooted to the ground. He looked at the ferocious beast beside him helplessly. He realized that she was looking up at the residence above. Following her gaze, Jiang Shao saw the rough location of the residence. In the pitch-black residence, there seemed to be a figure pulling open the curtains and looking at the two of them. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have realized that there was someone in the pitch-black house. "Is that Unit 702? Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. His house was Unit 701, and in his memory, he seemed to have never seen the owner of Unit 702. The two of them only knew that there was someone living in that house, but it was extremely mysterious. At the next moment, the curtains were drawn and the figure disappeared. Jiang Shao knew that as a guardian of the night, she would definitely be able to find out his home address. In fact, after she made up her mind to take him in as her disciple, she should have already found out everything about Jiang Shao. Do you know that person? Jiang Xiao asked. Second last shook her head and continued to move forward while leaning on Jiang Xiao. The two of them walked into the building and got into the elevator. Jiang Xiao continued, I've been living here for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone in Unit 702. Besides, it's a black shadow. Second last humphed casually. After a while, the elevator stopped on the 7th floor. Jiang Xiao walked out and subconsciously turned his head to look at Unit 702, hesitating about whether he should go and take a look. It seems that midnight is not a good time to visit neighbors? Forget it, I'll find a chance to visit again. Jiang Xiao opened the door with the key and said, You go. Stay in my room. It's over there. Hey shoes, take off your shoes. Second last kicked off her boots while walking and followed Jiang Zhao's directions. She then walked into Jiang Zhao's room and closed the door. Jiang Xiao sighed helplessly and walked into the room to pick up her shoes. You drank too much today, so I'll give in to you this time. If you dare to do this again in the future, I'll kill you. Speaking of which, ever since Jiang Xiao saw the unknown side of Second Last in the store, he no longer felt that she was as terrifying as Hai Tianqing had described her to be. Jiang Xiao looked at Han Jiangshue's room and then at the training room. After some thought, he decided to enter the training room, which used to be his parents' master bedroom. After washing up, Jiang Xiao took out his mobile phone, only to realize that Han Jiangshue had already replied to him on WeChat. He had already told her everything just now. However, Han Jiangshue only replied with 2 words, respect yourself. Upon sight of those words, Jiang Xiao really wanted to reply with a question mark. So what if Jiang Xiao has other thoughts? The scene of Second Last tearing the codfish apart was still vivid in his mind. To Second Last, Jiang Zhao's fragile body should be no different from the grilled codfish. Jiang Xiao looked at the question mark that he had typed on the screen and decided to delete it after some thought. Okay. He didn't dare to reply. He couldn't afford to offend her. Forget it, forget it. Love is tolerance, love is tolerance, love is restraint. Chapter 133. Alliance Master 4 out of 10 early in the morning. As the door was slowly pushed open, Jiang Xiao carefully poked his head in, only to see a large figure curled up on his single bed, feeling aggrieved. Second Last was sleeping soundly, and she no longer looked cold and domineering. At this moment she was just like a gigantic cat that was curled up lazily. The crimson trench coat that covered her body revealed her alluring curves, and her long hair was scattered all over her face, revealing a side of her that no one knew about. Jiang Xiao listened to her long breaths and thought about it again, but he decided not to disturb her. Instead, he closed the door gently and placed the toiletries at the door. He returned to the kitchen and placed the food he bought in the rice cooker to keep it warm. He then hurriedly put on his clothes and headed out to school. After a long time, Second Last moved and flipped her body over. She then lay on the small bed and opened her sleepy eyes. The ceiling and the house were unfamiliar to her. That was her living situation all year round. She traveled to various cities all year round, and every time she woke up, she would be in a hotel, a basement, or even a cave or a tunnel in a dimensional space. What was different from those places was, there was a hint of familiarity on the unfamiliar bedsheet. Second Last's eyes gradually focused, and after a few seconds, she recalled where she was. She couldn't help but stretch, but her feet touched the wardrobe next to the end of the bed. She frowned slightly, lifted the crimson coat that she was wearing, and got out of bed. There was a stack of books and a single photo in front of the computer desk. The young boy in the photo had an unruly expression on his face. He looked as if he was asking for a beating. Second Last glanced at it silently and reached out to put the photo frame on the table. Walala, she reached out to open the curtains, and the warm rays of the sun shone on her face, making her squint her eyes. She slowly tied her long hair with one hand and quietly enjoyed the beauty of this moment. At the next moment, her nose twitched slightly. After tying her hair into a low ponytail, Second Last walked out of the room and kicked something that made a clanking sound. Second Last lowered her head and saw that there was a toothbrush, towel, and soap in the transparent plastic bag. Second Last raised her eyebrows and bent over to pick up the plastic bag. She then looked around and found her way into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she walked into the kitchen while brushing her teeth. This was the first thing she smelled. There was a piece of paper on the dining table. What should have been beautiful Chinese characters were twisted and distorted. The rice is in the pot, and there are side dishes in the fridge. Second Last tilted her head and sniffed. She then followed the scent to the rice cooker and opened it. Inside the rice cooker and on top of the steamer were a bowl of soy milk and 4 pies stacked together. In an environment where there was no one around, a faint smile appeared on her face. Half an hour later, she left her room door wide open in her slippers. She casually picked up the shoe rack and closed the door. Then, she walked out of Unit 701 and arrived at the door of Unit 702. Dong, dong, dong. Second Last knocked on the security door of Unit 702. After waiting patiently for 20 seconds, Second Last knocked thrice again. This time, her nose twitched slightly, and she said to the anti-theft door, "Night watch, light chasing." She seemed to know that there was someone behind the anti-theft door. Besides, she seemed to know his true identity, which was why she said those words. There was still no sound coming from behind the anti-theft door of Unit 702. Second Last looked down at the peephole on the door and said, "He will join the Guardians of the Night from now on." After saying that, Second Last turned around and returned to Unit 701. She then picked up the shoe rack and entered the room before closing the door. The dark peephole on the anti-theft door of Unit 702 became bright again. It seemed that the figure behind the door had already left and was no longer looking through the peephole. At the same time, in Jiangbin High School, the bell for the morning reading class rang. Jiang Xiao turned around and looked at Han Jiangxue, who was behind him, as well as Xia Yan, who was across the aisle. Jiang Xiao waved at Li Wei, who was in the distance, and Li Wei leaned over curiously. The 4 of them occupied a corner of the classroom, and Jiang Xiao whispered, "I know which arsenal we're training in, the terrain, and the distribution of the monsters." Xia Yan chuckled and said, "Is this the result of your sacrifice? What a dirty deal." "Huh? Are you mocking me? I'm a great hero. I still remember the feeling of being with a king and a tiger last night. I was so flustered that I managed to get some information, and yet you actually mocked me?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head and looked at Xia Yan before saying affectionately, "Although I'm being kept by another woman, you have to remember that I still love you." Li Wei couldn't help but lower his head and snicker. "Master of tactics. The king of self-destruction. I'm a wolf and I'll self-destruct. Even if I die, I'll blow you up." Xia Yan humphed coldly and said, "Why would I believe you? You're so naughty." "Let's get down to business," Han Jiangxue said coldly. "I'll show you a map during the afternoon training session. Everything on it is very detailed. However, this map is the map of the Beijiang Provincial League assessment venue, not the map of the arsenal that we're going to train in tomorrow," Jiang Xiao said. Han Jiangxue said, "The arsenal is not a regular training venue. Most of them are sealed off, and only 2 or 3 of them are open to the public." "Where did she give you the map of?" Jiang Xiao answered, "The one in Guanlin City, Zhongqing County." "Guanlin City? That far?" Xia Yan asked with a frown. "It'll take 12 hours by train, right? It'll take 7 to 8 hours by car, which is 600 to 700 kilometers. Jiang Xiao said quietly, "If you want to drive a private car, go ahead, but I'm not going to the trunk." Han Jiangxue asked, "Why did she give you these?" Jiang Xiao said, That's a long story. Li Wei turned around to look at the clock on the wall and said, "There's still 7 minutes left." Jiang Shao pondered for a moment and said, "When we were in the snowfield, weren't we locked up in prison? Then, the mercenaries blew up the prison and I was rescued by her. You can say that we formed a temporary team." Everyone nodded, for they were all aware of that information. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "A lot of things happened after that. Let's put it simply. I helped her defeat the deputy leader of the mercenaries and saved her from the brink of death. Later on, we met in the ruins and you guys saw her attitude towards me, as well as what I did in the end. In short," Xia Yan asked calmly, "did she take a liking to you? She wants me to join the Guardians of the Night and take me in as her disciple. Her team of 4 has fallen apart and she's short of manpower." Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue looked at each other. The scene that they had imagined during their private conversation was becoming a reality. Jiang Shao continued, "By the way, Teacher Hai Tianqing used to be a member of her team. Something happened later and Teacher Hai was fired. Hence, he came to Jiangbin High School to be a teacher." Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "When Teacher Hai called us captain in prison, we already guessed it. We didn't expect him to really be a guardian of the night." Li Wei sighed and said, "It's really a waste of his talent. A member of the Guardians of the Night actually came to be a teacher in a high school." Jiang Shao nodded in agreement and said, "Besides, he's a precious medical awakened." Han Jiangxue asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Shao paused and looked at everyone. "I haven't asked, which university do the 3 of you want to apply to? Do you want to apply to the same university or do you want to go your separate ways?" The 3 of them were stumped by his question. Chapter 134. Guild Master Update May 10th ******. Time passed quickly, and a day passed. Jiang Zhao's team gathered at the school gate, and in front of them was the teacher leading the team, Hai Tianqing. Hai Tianqing was dressed normally today. He was wearing a thin, light blue down jacket and a pair of light blue jeans. At least, he looked like a normal person and was no longer the best man who had just returned from the wedding. To Jiang Zhao's bewilderment, the school clearly said that they would focus on training 3 teams, but in fact, only 1 team was going to the arsenal this time. In fact, Jiang Shao didn't know that even his team almost couldn't go on the trip. It was because Li Wei almost failed to convince his mother. If it weren't for Li Qingmei's help, Li Wei might have really failed this time and caused the team to be unable to go on the trip. What Jiang Shao and the others didn't know was how much effort Li Qingmei, who had a sweet smile on her face, had put in and made up her mind. Li Wei never mentioned it because he didn't want them to worry. Hence, he pretended to be fine and stood at the front of the team. The arsenal was different from the snowfield. It was not everywhere in Beijiang province, and there were not many of them. Generally speaking, the arsenal in Zhongji province was the most densely distributed. The arsenal that the school contacted was located in Nanxing County, which was about a 2-hour drive away. Originally, the teacher leading the team was supposed to bring the children to the bus station and take a bus there. However, at Xia Yan's request, they took Xia Yan's private car instead. Hai Tianqing naturally became the chauffeur, and Li Wei was thrown into the front passenger seat. Xia Yan sat in the middle of the back seat, separating Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue. The interior of the Land Rover was relatively spacious, especially since Xia Yan was leaning against Han Jiangxue, who was leaning against the window on the left. Hence, Jiang Shao was the only one leaning against the window on the right. There was plenty of space beside him. During the short journey, Li Wei started talking about the unfinished topic from yesterday. "I went back and had a good chat with my family." Xia Yan, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Li Wei while the others pricked up their ears to listen. "My father wants me to be admitted to the military school. He wants me to go to the China University of Defense Technology," Li Wei said apologetically. The one in Xiangnan? Jiang Shao asked. In this world, most awakened students would go to the Star Warrior universities in various provinces. Although the names were similar, the educational standards of the schools were different due to the different provinces. Apart from the Star Warrior universities in the various provinces, some military schools and police academies also recruited awakened students. Other than that, the other universities recruited ordinary students normally. After all, ordinary students were the mainstream and main force of this world. Yes, the one from Xiangnan, Li Wei answered. Qing Bei in the army. That's a top-notch school. You do need to get more points every time. Jiang Shao was slightly speechless. When the name of the school was revealed, it was indeed a little scary. What about you guys? Li Wei asked as he turned around to look at his teammate. I don't want to go to a military school. The management is too strict. It would be great if I could go to a normal Star Warriors university, Xia Yan immediately said while shaking her head. Seemingly feeling a sense of accomplishment, Hai Tianqing said in a gentle voice, I've seen how hard-working you guys are. Compared to the management of the school, you guys are more strict with yourselves. Don't worry about that. Xia Yan scoffed and said, the awakened students in the University of Defense Technology will basically join the various national armies after graduation. I don't want to confirm my occupation in advance. I still want to study abroad for a few more years and play for a few more years. You only know how to play, Han Jiangxue said softly. Xia Yan chuckled and bumped her head against Han Jiangxue's intimately. I'll work hard. Don't worry, if I don't become an awakened, I'll have to go home and inherit my family's wealth. I don't want that. Jiang Shao was speechless. Hai Tianqing was speechless. Li Wei was speechless. Xia Yan chuckled and leaned against Han Jiangxue. Do you have any schools that you're interested in? Han Jiangxue said softly. I haven't thought about it yet. We'll talk about it next semester. Okay. Xia Yan nodded. It seemed that the team would go their separate ways after the college entrance examination. Hai Tianqing, who was driving, seemed to have also realized the situation. In the end, he could only sigh in his heart. Everyone had their own ambitions and it couldn't be helped. After all, they were a team of 4 and each of them had their own ambitions and family conditions. There were cases of teams of 4 entering the same school together, but there weren't many of them either. The 2-hour drive passed quickly and they arrived at the forest in the north of Nanxing County. The section of the provincial highway was originally deserted and there were only vehicles passing by. Ever since the arsenal in the forest was developed by the officials, a dirt road leading up to the mountain was opened up. The car climbed all the way up the mountain and drove into an empty, flat, and shabby parking lot. There were already plenty of cars parked there, some of which were luxurious. They reckoned that they should be the vehicles of the awakened. Hai Tianqing led everyone out of the car and walked along the dirt road. Finally, they arrived at a campsite in the forest. The rows of military tents exuded a strong sense of militariness. There were no birds or flowers in the cold late autumn. Everything there seemed to be solemn and serene. Hai Tianqing went up alone to find the soldier and said something to him. After confirming it again and again, he waved at the team of 4. Han Jiangxue suddenly asked, Xiaopi, what kind of creatures of other dimensions are there in the arsenal? Of course, she knew what was inside, but she just wanted to test Jiang Shao. Or perhaps, she wanted to remind Jiang Shao of what he was about to face. Male and female savages, male and female savages, male and female savages, male and female savages with swords, male savages with spears, female savages with bows, ape ghouls, and the extremely rare ape ghoul king, Jiang Shao answered fluently. Compared to the snowfield, which had a single species, the species in the arsenal were diverse. Besides, the terrifying thing was that the creatures of other dimensions lived in groups. They were not like the white ghouls who were lone rangers and needed powerful individuals or white ghoul witches to form a team. They were born with the habit of living in groups and living a life of hunting. It was rare for them to eat the corpses of their own kind because the two major forces here were enemies. The savages and the ape ghouls were at loggerheads, and they were evenly matched in terms of strength. In terms of physical fitness, the savages were inferior to the ape ghouls. However, the savages had a certain level of intelligence and knew how to use tools, which made up for the difference in strength between them and the ape ghouls to a certain extent. While walking, Han Jiangxue continued to ask, "What are the star techniques and racial strength?" Jiang Shao answered, "Savage couple, brass quality. Star techniques, sharp teeth and sharp claws. Male swordsman, male spearman, female archer. Silver level, star techniques, sharp teeth, sharp claws, hatred. Savage sorcerer, silver level, star techniques. Corpse explosion, zombie spirit. Savage sorceress, silver level, star techniques, nostalgia, dawn. Ape ghoul, silver level. Its star technique overlaps with the lava ghoul martial technique of the volcanoes. Ape ghoul king, gold stage. Star techniques are silver quality brutality and gold quality body of star power." Han Jiangxue nodded and said in satisfaction, "Sure. Remember, after you go in, focus and have a clear goal." Jiang Shao agreed and walked into the dense forest under the lead of several soldiers. Finally, they arrived in front of a large egg-shaped building. After the soldiers inspected it, they finally opened the door to let them in. There was a completely different world inside the building, which looked like a military base. Hai Tianqing led the two male students to change their clothes. After identifying themselves and going through the formalities, he ensured that the team did not need the soldiers of the base to guide them. He then led the two students to wait in front of the door. Soon, Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue also walked out of the changing room at the side. Xia Yan, who was already valiant and heroic in the first place, became even more heroic and domineering. Han Jiangxue, on the other hand, also became the green flower of the army, which made Jiang Zhao's eyes light up. "Let's go." Hai Tianqing waved his hand and followed the guidance of the soldiers, leading them all the way down. Finally, they arrived in front of a large round door. It looked like the door of the sewer. After the layers of inspection by the guards, they finally walked into the sewer. When they walked out, they saw a deep pit with a diameter of more than 50 meters. In the building, there was a tall defensive wall around the deep pit. The soldiers had solemn expressions on their faces as they set up their guns and stared at the portal in the deep pit. It was not in the shape of a door either, but layers of overlapping space that intertwined with each other. "Let's go," Hai Tianqing said as he led them down the stairs. Their figures were the first to enter the overlapping teleportation portal. Jiang Shao took a deep breath and adjusted his training cap before finally entering the so-called arsenal. The first feeling he felt was warmth. The second feeling was that it was a little bright. The place where they appeared was a grassland. The world was abnormally bright, just like the clear sky in the central Mongolian grassland at 9 a.m. in the morning. Is that the sun in the sky? Is it the sun in the solar system? So, this arsenal shares the same sun as Earth? It's just that the arsenal is on a different dimension from Earth, so it has never appeared in the field of vision of humans? Or is the sun in the sky a star of another galaxy? It's light years away from Earth? It hasn't been found by humans in the sky? Jiang Shao squatted down and grabbed the turf under his feet. The soil was neither dry nor wet, and the turf was green. It seemed to be no different from Earth. Why does it feel like a vacation? This scenery, this climate, this air quality, this is too beautiful, isn't it? If Earth's population were to explode, wouldn't this place be very suitable for immigration? The dimensional space is indeed a wonderful place. Perhaps there are many resources that can be used here? Will minerals and oil exist? Back then, Jiang Shao did not think so much when he was in the dark and cold snowfield. However, when he stood in the warm grassland, especially after seeing the sun in the sky, Jiang Shao could not help but let his thoughts wander. Please remember the domain name of this book. Apex mobile version website. Chapter 135. Alliance Leader Update June 10 ********* Hai Tianqing pointed at the edge of the forest in the west and said, "The supply point of the arsenal is very close to the space gate." Jiang Shao raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see a dark green ocean and dense forest. Jiang Shao thought to himself, at least on the surface, there are wood resources. He could imagine that there should be such arsenals being developed and used by China in places that Jiang Shao didn't know about. At the thought of China, which was a vast country, Jiang Shao couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Risks also brought benefits. At the thought of the various dimensional spaces that had blossomed all over China, he thought about how many benefits it would bring to China. He then thought about South Korea and North Korea. Forget it, I'd better not think about it. The environment here is much better than in the snowfield. Xia Yan looked into the distance and stared at the group of wooden houses at the edge of the forest. The poor guardians in the snowfield can only look for caves. Here, they've even built wooden houses. That's why this supply point is so close to the space gate, Jiang Shao said casually. Li Wei looked at Hai Tianqing and asked, "Are we going there to take a look? Should we familiarize ourselves with the environment there? Let's not disturb those guardians and leave their time to those who really need help." Hai Tianqing shook his head and said, "We're already prepared. Let's go to the forest first. There are few creatures of other dimensions in this endless grassland." As they walked towards the forest, the guardians' campsite became clearer and clearer. Xia Yan suddenly said, "That wooden house looks really exquisite. There's even a treehouse." Han Jiangxue followed Xia Yan's directions but ignored the beautiful treehouse. Instead, she saw the red-starred flag that was fluttering in the wind. The sky was not dark here, so the red-starred flag was not made of any special material. It was exactly the same as the flag of China on Earth. With this flag, the people felt more assured in their hearts. The team walked into the forest and walked towards the west for more than half an hour before Hai Tianqing stopped in his track. Hai Tianqing said, "From now on, I'll follow you guys from afar. Pay attention to everything I tell you. Don't act rashly." The team did not respond, which made Hai Tianqing feel a little awkward. Han Jiangxue said, 211. Hai Tianqing was even more embarrassed. In order to resolve the awkwardness, Jiang Shao gave him a blessing. He had successfully found a way to resolve the awkwardness, which was to make Hai Tianqing experience even more awkwardness so that he would forget the awkwardness of being ignored. Hai Tianqing liked to squint. This time, he had found a companion for his coffee. Under the light of the blessing, his eyes narrowed into slits. Strange sounds came out of his mouth. Hearing the peculiar sound, Li Wei shuddered and reached out to grab the long-handled hammer that Han Jiangxue handed to him before hurriedly striding away. Han Jiangxue took out another giant sword from Sky Smasher and handed it to Xia Yan, gesturing for her to follow Li Wei. Jiang Shao also leaned over and took the other giant sword. Although it was also a giant sword, it was much lighter than the one in Xia Yan's hand, because it was made of wood. Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao coldly and strode away before repeating, 211. Got it. Jiang Shao put the wooden giant sword on his back and pursed his lip. Didn't you just tell me to stay away from you? Women, you don't mean what you say. You clearly love me so much. Of course, Jiang Shao dared not say those words out loud, for fear that he would be rebuked by the husky. Jiang Shao finally understood. In order to get the princess, he had to get rid of her female knight first. It seemed to be a game of clearing levels. Jiang Shao had to step on the switch, lower the drawbridge, and throw the detestable Xia Ku Ba into the sea of fire so that he could live happily with the princess. Li Wei, who was in front, was carving a mark on the tree cautiously. As everyone went deeper into the forest, the dense leaves covered the sky, and the light gradually dimmed. "There's a situation," Xia Yan said all of a sudden. Li Wei subconsciously arched his body and hid behind a giant tree with Xia Yan. Two heads popped out from the left and right sides of the tree and looked into the distance. "Ape ghouls," Xia Yan said softly. "This head is at least 2 meters larger than the white ghouls," Li Wei said with a nod while secretly feeling astonished. He had seen pictures of ape ghouls in books and knew their fighting habits and characteristics. He had also seen videos on how to fight against ape ghouls on the internet. However, when a living monster really appeared in front of him, the feeling was something that he couldn't experience through the screen. Although the ape ghoul was 2 meters tall, it was much more terrifying than a 2-meter-tall human. It was because its shoulders were too broad and its body was too large. Unlike the white ghouls, its fur was not long and its entire body was light brown. Its arms were extremely strong, and its huge muscles were daunting. Although it could walk upright, its long and thick arms could touch the ground. It was like a gorilla on Earth, walking in the forest. The problem was, walking? Shouldn't they be high up and floating on the branches? Besides, why did it seem to be staggering? If one were to observe carefully, they would be able to hear some indistinct roars coming from its mouth. Clearly, it was trying its best to restrain itself from making any sounds. Perhaps it was because of fatigue, injury, or other reasons, but the Tarzan of the apes was not as rampant as normal beast. Instead, it was trying its best to bear with it. "Ape ghouls are social creatures," Li Wei said, seemingly deep in thought. "Have you seen its companions?" "No, but I saw someone." Xia Yan licked her lips with glistening eyes and a look of envy on her face. "Envy? Someone? What did you say?" Li Wei asked in shock. 2 o'clock, Xia Yan said. Li Wei looked to the right and searched carefully. Finally, he saw a vague figure in the lush grass next to the giant tree in the distance. Xia Yan hid behind the tree and hurriedly gestured. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao, who were behind her, squatted down and observed the surroundings vigilantly. The so-called 2-1-1 formation had also been destroyed. According to Xia Yan's gesture, Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao quickly moved forward and hid behind a giant tree beside her. "I don't think that's a human," Xia Yan whispered to Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao looked over and sighed in amazement at the superb concealment skills of the other party. If he didn't observe carefully, he might not have been able to discover it. Even if Jiang Shao knew the location and observed carefully, he would only be able to see the swaying lush grass. Roar! Finally, the ape ghoul staggered and stood firmly on its feet, no longer looking around frantically. It slammed the ground with its large and sturdy arms and roared furiously. At the same time, a person stood up in front of the ape ghoul. Yes, a person. A man. A man who was about 1.8 meters tall and had a stone sword in his hand. He was bare-chested and wearing shorts made of animal hide. His skin was brown and he had long black hair that was tied up in a ponytail. He had a menacing expression and suddenly gave up on hiding. Instead, he swaggered and roared at the ape ghouls. Jiang Shao really felt like he had seen his compatriot. Damn it, this is a living person? Besides, he looks like an Asian. When people mentioned Asians, they would easily associate them with East Asians. In fact, there were also American branches of Asians. The guy in the distance seemed to be a native of America. His eyes, which were glistening with a purple glow, were the only things that could distinguish the creatures of other dimensions from the real American natives on Earth, right? His purple eyes were extremely demonic and terrifying. Even in this forest that wasn't considered dark, it emitted a strange glow that was eye-catching. It could, to a certain extent, remind humans that these strange men and women were serious dimensional creatures. The ape ghoul looked at the man with the stone saber with its huge eyes and roared crazily. Just as the ape ghoul was distracted, a few figures crawled up from the forest diagonally behind it. This time, it was a group of women. They had different hairstyles. Some of them had disheveled hair, some had their hair tied up in a ponytail, some had their hair wrapped in cloth, and some had their hair tied up in dreadlock. Similarly, their styles were also different. Some of them were wearing clothes similar to leather armor, while some were wearing clothes made of ape ghoul's hide. Most of them did not have clothes that covered their bodies or were in tatters. Besides, the women's bodies were so sexy and alluring, which was also the reason why Xia Yan was so envious just now. Jiang Xiao, who was hiding behind the tree, was completely stunned. Why are they different from the pictures in the books? The swordsman was similar to the images in the book. He was strong and muscular, and his eyes were demonic and sharp. But this group of female archers? Don't you guys know how to put on some clothes? Oh my God, they're amazing. I'm still a child. Who can stand this? Li Wei. Jiang Xiao swallowed his saliva and called out softly. Li Wei turned around and saw Jiang Xiao staring intently at the depths of the forest. What's the matter? Jiang Xiao murmured, I'm done. What about you? Li Wei was speechless. At the next moment, Han Jiangxue slapped the back of Jiang Zhao's head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 136. Alliance Leader 7/10****. What do you mean, Jiangxue? Xiaoxue? Xia Yan asked. This group of savages is clearly hunting. It's not the best choice to participate in the battle now. Pay attention to the situation and be vigilant of the surroundings. Wait for my orders to enter the battlefield. Got it. Got it. Xia Yan and Li Wei responded one after another. In their line of sight, two men with stone swords crawled out of the bushes with menacing gazes. The three of them formed a team and approached the ape ghouls step by step. The ape ghouls smashed their hands on the ground forcefully and dashed forward ferociously while roaring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of female savages lurking in the periphery were either standing or kneeling while pulling the longbows in their hands into a full moon shape. Sharp arrows darted out one after another. The sharp arrows were not ordinary arrows. There were even spots of purple light on the wooden tip of the arrow. According to the books, the ape ghouls had strong defenses. Their fur might be easily damaged, but their bodies were made of iron and hard to penetrate. However, several sharp arrows accurately hit the ape ghouls and pierced deep into their flesh, causing spots of purple light to spread. This bloody scene had a hint of fantasy in it, and the style was quite strange. What followed next was the furious roar of the ape ghouls. Its target had never changed. Even though its body was pierced with arrows and it was injured, it still plunged into the group of swordsmen. An even more bloody scene appeared. The swordsman who was the target of the ape ghouls was actually smashed to death by the strong arms of the ape ghouls. Not only did the swordsman die on the spot, but his corpse was also smashed into two after the ape ghouls vented its anger. If the ape ghouls were given more time, Jiang Xiao believed that the corpse would be smashed into pieces. The bloody scene was really terrifying, but the remaining two swordsmen were not afraid at all. In fact, they even seemed to be unable to see their companion's death. They simply held onto their stone swords and slashed the ape ghouls that had gone crazy. The stone swords that were about 1 meter long were also mixed with faint purple light. Jiang Xiao knew that it was their unique star technique, abomination. The ape ghouls broke the head of the corpse with one of their large hands and crushed it like an egg. They then ate it together with the blood and flesh. He's probably eating star beads, huh? The arrows were still flying towards the ape ghouls, and the two saber-wielders did not retreat either. Instead, they kept slashing the ape ghouls with their stone sabers. Perhaps the knives and arrows were not sharp enough, or they were not strong enough, or the ape ghouls' defense was extremely strong, but the ape ghouls did not die within a short period of time. The ferocious ape ghoul grabbed another swordsman. While the ape ghoul wrestled with the swordsman, its body was already full of arrows. Jiang Shao initially thought that the ape ghouls were going to deal with another savage swordsman, but the development of things was beyond his expectations. The ferocious ape ghoul that Jiang Shao thought to be extremely powerful and whose attributes were several levels higher than the swordsman actually lost to the swordsman in a contest of strength? No, in terms of physical attributes, the savage was definitely no match for the ape ghouls. The two creatures were not on the same level at all. Hence, the only possible reason for that was the star techniques of the swordsman and the female archer. Roar! The ape ghoul roared into the sky, and its body suddenly glowed with silver light. Its brownish-black eyes turned crimson, and it regained the upper hand once again after being tied with the swordsman. The battle was really full of twists and turns, and Jiang Shao was amazed. That should be the star technique of the ape ghouls, brutality. Xia Yan also had that star technique. She once told Jiang Shao, "You won't want to see this star technique. If I use it one day, I hope you can wake me up." Although Xia Yan had never used that star technique in front of Jiang Shao, he finally witnessed the so-called brutality at this moment. Just like its name, it was indeed crazy and irritable. The ape ghoul seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy as its movements suddenly sped up and became extremely powerful. It kicked the other swordsman away and tore the swordsman in its hand with one hand before dashing towards the female archers in the forest. The arrows that were raining down never stopped. Spots of purple light continuously spread out from the ape ghoul's body. Jiang Shao initially thought that he would see a massacre, but to his surprise, the tables were turned again. The ape ghoul didn't look cool for more than a few seconds at all. Apart from the first few moves that were particularly outstanding, the ape ghoul's movements slowed down again under the rain of arrows. Its badly mutilated body was a horrible sight to behold, and its entire body had been shot. The corpse that it was carrying in its hand had also slipped to the ground, and its movements gradually turned into a jog before it turned into a walk. In the end, the ape ghoul's footsteps gradually staggered as it struggled to move step by step. It let out a wail, and its huge body fell to its knees at the feet of a female archer like a mountain of gold and jade that toppled a jade pillar. In the end, it still couldn't kill the annoying fly. Did the barbarians really win this battle? The savages had sacrificed 2 swordsmen, and one of them was seriously injured. It was unknown if he could be healed. However, there was only one ape ghoul. Would it be enough for the savages? Ape ghouls were also social creatures. What if it wasn't alone? What if there were 2 ape ghouls? What if there were a group of them? Jiang Shao once again witnessed a cruel scene. The group of female archers did not choose to help the severely injured swordsman up. Instead, they cleanly tore his throat apart. Their former companions seemed to have become a burden to the team. Or could they become food? According to the books, the savages rarely hunted and ate their own kind. Hence, they probably wouldn't take the initiative to attack their own kind. However, if it was a corpse, they probably wouldn't waste such a food resource. The bushes around the female archers swayed. There's actually someone hiding? The 3 savages got up and quickly picked up the corpse, seemingly treating it as a form of food as they carried it on their shoulders. The 3 savages did not have any weapons in their hands and were dressed in tattered clothes. They seemed to be at the bottom of the social hierarchy who did manual labor. However, the 3 savages were lucky that they did not become members of the suicide squad. A few of the female archers also surrounded the dead ape ghouls. Han Jiangshua's eyes froze, and she seemed to have noticed that the female archers were getting wary. She frantically said, "Go!" There were 11 silver-quality female archers and 3 brass-quality savages. Should we really go up against them? While Jiang Shao was still pondering, Xia Yan and Li Wei had already subconsciously dashed forward. When the husky heard its master's order, its body naturally responded. "What's going on with you, Li Wei?" Xia Yan swung her sword horizontally and a flame arc darted out towards the 3 female archers who were surrounding the ape ghouls to collect their arrows. After Xia Yan's sword arc was thrown out, Li Wei immediately set up his black shield. The 2 melee fighters dashed forward quickly, only to hear the sounds of arrows hitting the black shield one after another. It's too terrifying. If we're not careful, we might die on the spot. The female archers reacted extremely quickly and began to shoot arrows at the newcomers as soon as the strange phenomenon occurred. Han Jiangxue spread her hands out and a whirlwind suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the 2 female archers. They yelled loudly and were sent flying into the air. They were in a flurry and began to brandish their claws. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Han Jiangxue continuously flicked her slender fingers and a whirlwind appeared beneath the feet of the female archers. Baron Wind was simply too powerful. Xia Yan dragged her giant sword and yelled, "Two!" The black shield in Li Wei's hand immediately disappeared without a trace and Xia Yan darted out. She spun in the air and dodged an arrow by a hair's breadth. The long sword pierced into the chest of a female archer. Like a skewer of candied haws, Xia Yan stabbed it into the giant wood behind her. Silver grade first kill, skill point +1. Xia Yan stepped on the female archer's waist and abdomen and pulled out the sword that was stabbed into the female archer's body and the giant wood. Staring at the female archers in the sky, she stretched her hand out and threw a fireball. This should be what she meant when she said that her hands weren't long enough. Li Wei held up the black shield in front of him and continuously moved closer to Xia Yan. When the 5th female archer was thrown into the sky, the 2 female archers at the top seemed to have already reacted. Their physiques were very strong and after a short period of panic, they quickly adapted to the situation and found their balance in the air. Knocking the bow and shooting arrows? Xia Yan got a great shock and before Li Wei could rush over, she swung her sword and struck down the arrows. A sharp and alluring female voice sounded abruptly on Li Wei's right. Li Wei shivered and almost dropped his shield. He knew that, the toxic healer is here. Please remember the domain name of this book. Apex Mobile Version. Chapter 137. Alliance Leader Gamma 8/10 **** Han Jiangxue had been using the Baron Wind Star technique all this while. She had never rashly used the Bursting Flames Ball because she had seen the physical fitness of the female archers and knew that they could dodge it. When Han Jiangxue saw the results of Jiang Zhao's attack, she had an idea too. "Xiaopi, listen to my orders." Jiang Zhao didn't have any good ideas for the archers. At this moment, he was trying his best to show his usefulness by shining the light of blessing on every female archer who tried to sneak an attack on Li Wei. After hearing Han Jiangxue's order, he frantically focused. 9 points blessing, Han Jiangxue said while throwing out a fireball. Jiang Zhao hurriedly looked to the left and threw out a ray of blessing. The instant blessing was cast on one of the female archers. The female archer was so comfortable that her eyes seemed to be in a daze. Her eyes that were emitting a demonic purple glow began to squint slightly. Her body trembled slightly, and she almost dropped the bow in her hand. If it weren't for the habit that she had developed over a long period of time, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold the bow properly. Just as she was floating in the air, a huge fireball came crashing down on her. Besides, the fireball would explode. The fireball exploded violently, and the heat wave immediately blew up the female archer's head. Her body was still recovering vitality under the light of blessing, but half of her head had already been blown up. Damn it! On the battlefield in the distance, Xia Yan felt an excruciating pain in her arm, followed by spots of purple light crawling up her arm. Xia Yan could feel a trace of star power flowing out of her body from the wound. She could feel the loss of astral power, but it seemed that something else important was leaving her. Be careful! Li Wei scurried over hurriedly while Xia Yan chased after the female archers. She then took advantage of the geographical advantage, and frantically harvested the female archers who had fallen from the sky. However, her arm was pierced by an arrow from one of the female archers. There was an arrow in Xia Yan's right arm, and blood flowed out along with the starlight. She felt an excruciating pain. She leaned against the tree and was once again protected by Li Wei's black shield. Xia Yan gritted her teeth and grabbed the arrow in her right arm with her left hand before pulling it out forcefully. The sharp tip of the arrowhead was flat and triangular in shape, leaving a bloody hole in Xia Yan's right arm. The moment the arrow was pulled out of her arm, the faint purple light dissipated. Only then did the starlight stop flowing from her wound. With a furious expression, Xia Yan covered her blood-stained camouflage uniform with one hand while hearing a familiar voice. "2!" Jiang Shao shouted. Li Wei hurriedly extinguished the shield. Ring, 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 the leaping medical light dashed into the battlefield and accurately hung on Xia Yan's body before jumping onto Li Wei's body. However, it did not return and continued to jump onto the two of them instead. As soon as Li Wei propped up his shield, he heard Xia Yan say, "2." Li Wei's black shield suddenly disappeared, and Xia Yan raised her sword, after which a flame arc was thrown out again. Swoosh! The two female archers dodged to the sides, but they did not pause in the slightest as they knocked their arrows. Li Wei hurriedly activated the black shield again, and the two arrows that were glistening with purple light hit the black shield before falling to the ground. "Xiaopi! On my side, we'll kill those two," Xia Yan said in exasperation as she pushed Li Wei's shoulder forcefully. "Carry the shield and rush towards the one that landed behind us. Don't worry about me." As soon as Jiang Zhao's left hand landed, Han Jiangxue blew up another female archer. Upon hearing Xia Yan's pleas for help, he frantically turned around and raised his right hand, after which a beam of light landed on one of the female archers. Jiang Shao then lowered his right hand and another beam of light landed on another female archer. 10 points. Han Jiangxue's figure appeared from the right, and Jiang Shao hurriedly turned his head to look to the left. He then stretched out his left hand, after which a ray of light landed on Han Jiangxue's face. Li Wei carried the shield in one hand and the long-handled hammer in the other, feeling extremely frustrated. It was because he realized that he couldn't catch up with the agile female archers. The savages were simply too fast. Charge at my face? How? I can't touch them? What was even more infuriating was that the female archer would turn around and shoot arrows from time to time, making use of her speed and geographical advantage. She was just like a kite. Damn it, she actually knows how to climb trees? There was actually a mocking smile on the female archer's stiff face. "If you chase me, if you manage to catch me, I'll let you." The strange voice sounded again, right in front of Li Wei. Li Wei immediately perked up and discovered that the female archer, who was crawling around like a monkey, had actually tripped and fallen from the branch. Without hesitation, Li Wei charged forward with his shield and swung his long-handled hammer, which was covered in green glow. He then smashed it down forcefully. Bang! He could tell that Li Wei was furious and had clearly been toyed with. Hence, he seized the opportunity and went all out. The moment the hammer landed, the female archer's body fell into the ground and her head was deflated too. "Why are you so brutal? Did she break your heart?" Jiang Shao thought to himself and frantically yelled, "Wait a minute, let me absorb a star bead." "There's no need." Xia Yan's voice was accompanied by the sound of the giant's sword being swung. The two female archers who were dumbfounded were split into two by Xia Yan. 5 of them ran away, Han Jiangxue said coldly from behind. 5 ran away? The battle was so intense. Who would have the mood to count how many ran away? It turned out that Han Jiangxue did have such thoughts. 3 female archers and 2 savages ran away. In fact, the savage was planning to run over too, but Li Wei stopped him. "Xiaopi, not bad. I'll give you more drumsticks when we go back." Xia Yan's voice was filled with the satisfaction of victory, and she looked like she had just gotten her revenge. She then looked at the female savage, who had been split into two by her feet. "I'll give you more drumsticks too," Li Wei said. Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at Han Jiangxue, who was beside him. Han Jiangxue simply nodded gently and strode towards the corpses that were still warm. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "I'm asking you if you're going to give me more drumsticks too. I'm not asking for your permission. Why are you nodding? I'm not a child. I don't need my parents' permission to accept things from others. I've already nurtured so much. The people of the pugilistic world should address me respectfully as Daddy. Why am I still being treated as a younger brother?" Jiang Shao felt aggrieved, but he didn't say anything. Jiang Shao scurried towards the corpse of the female archer and got ready to use the star bead to heal the trauma in his heart. You guys are well aware of the star techniques of these savages. If you don't want to waste your star slots, don't use their star beads to replenish your star power, Han Jiangxue said. That was indeed a problem. Once the star technique was embedded in the star map, it would be impossible to get rid of it. For normal awakened, they would have a chance to absorb the star technique while using the star beads to replenish their star power. Jiang Shao was different because he had an internal star map. He would absorb it if he wanted to and filter it out if he didn't. Of course, Jiang Shao did not intend to say that out loud. At this moment, Jiang Shao was squatting in front of the corpse of a female archer, feeling a little flustered. After they died, their purple eyes lost their demonic luster and became more human-like. Jiang Shao clenched the dagger in his hand, knowing that he had to get through this hurdle. He flipped the female archer's corpse over and made her lie on the ground with the back of her head facing him. Deceiving himself, Jiang Shao stabbed her with the dagger in the end. In the deep forest far away, Hai Tianqing looked at the four students who had different expressions on their faces and sighed deeply. The arsenal was really not suitable for children of their age to come here for training. Jiang Shao finally found a blood-stained star bead from the head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 138. Happy New Year, everyone. Tomorrow will be the 4th update. I'm afraid I'll have to stay up for a long time again tonight. Let's see how the monthly votes are. If there's any hope of getting on the new book's monthly votes list, then you will organize another monthly vote and update event. If there's no hope, then we'll just have to ensure the quality. Let's work hard first. It's said that those who vote for the monthly votes will get rich in the new year. Asking for votes, 9-star poison milk, has exploded at the 10th update. Asking for monthly votes, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 139. Female Archer Star Bead, Silver Quality, Star Techniques, 1. Fangs, Sharp Teeth. Brass Quality, Upgradable, 2. Sharp Claws, Sharp Nails. Brass Quality, Upgradable, 3. Hatred. Causes your attacks to have the effects of hatred, causing the target to lose a small amount of vitality and star power and leave the target. Brass Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Although Jiang Shao already knew what abomination meant from the books, he was astonished when he saw the effects of the star technique abomination in his internal star map. The star techniques of the 3 types of creatures of other dimensions were exactly the same. Besides, they were not considered rare, which meant that Jiang Shao could upgrade the quality of the star technique. Although the effects of hatred of a female archer were not obvious, it was still rather effective when a group of female archers shot at an ape ghoul. Although the brass quality star technique could only cause the enemy to lose a small amount of vitality and star power, it was not a good star technique for the other awakened. However, it was another amazing star technique for Jiang Shao. It was because he could upgrade the quality of hatred. That was also the reason why Jiang Shao said that hatred was not bad when he was at the barbecue restaurant. Of course, from Second Last's perspective and from the perspective of all the awakened, it was also true that hatred was a useless star technique. The female archer was rather interesting. All three of her star techniques were of brass quality, but the quality of her star bead was of silver quality. Besides, the female archer's strength was also of the silver quality, perhaps because of her physique. At this moment, Jiang Shao was still a little hesitant about the star technique, hatred. It was not that he had not discovered the power of the star technique, but rather there were more interesting star techniques than hatred. Besides, the more interesting star techniques were also produced in the arsenal. What are you spacing out for? Have you taken a fancy to her? Xia Yin asked as she walked towards Jiang Shao. Xia Yin was holding the giant sword. She hung the tip of the sword on the female archer's hide skirt. She then pulled her skirt down and covered her thighs. Jiang Shao was speechless. Although her tone and actions were a little teasing, she was, in fact, concerned about Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao stood up and handed the star bead to Xia Yin. As expected, we still need to get used to each other. The way we fought just now was pretty good. Xia Yin grabbed the star bead with a chuckle and casually carried the sword behind her back, before putting an arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder. What do you want now? Jiang Shao looked at her palm that had landed on his shoulder in disdain, seemingly having predicted her intentions. This blessing of yours is simply evil. Besides, Belle just now was very timely. Xiaopi has grown up and I like being with you more and more. Xia Yin giggled and exclaimed in admiration. You're such a brainless and boorish man. You like being with a nanny, don't you? Jiang Shao humphed. TSK, you little brat. Just a few words of praise and you want to climb all over me? Xia Yin rubbed Jiang Zhao's head forcefully and pushed him away. She then grabbed the star beads that she had just obtained and scurried towards Han Jiangxue to please her. Jiang Shao finally had a chance to size up the female archer. The corpse at his feet had a light brown complexion, and its upper body was wrapped in animal skin that should have been made of the skin of an ape ghoul. It was wrapped around the woman's upper body and seemed like a tube top. The lower half of her body was also made of the skin of an ape ghoul. After some adjustments by Xia Yin, the skirt had already been pulled up to her knees. From the perspective of human aesthetics, the female archer was extremely qualified. She had the appearance that a warrior should have. Her limbs were long and slender, and her streamlined muscles were extremely beautiful. They were wrapped under tight skin, which reminded Jiang Shao of his star pet, Second Last. As female archers who had been hunting and surviving in the arsenal for a long time, there was no doubt that they were physically talented. However, they were a little ugly. Jiang Shao turned the female archer's body over and looked at her face with a peculiar expression. My goodness, this is impressive. She's really ugly. Did you mold her face yourself when you created the character back then? Don't you know how to make the system set it randomly? Long face, thick lips, and flat nose. Her eyes were the only thing that could add to her looks, especially when her eyes were emitting a demonic purple glow that would give off a terrifying vibe that could conceal her ugly face. Jiang Shao pulled out an arrow from the quiver beside her and looked at it carefully. It was made of wood and had wings. The arrowhead in front was made of stone and was extremely sharp. It was flat and triangular in shape. Jiang Shao wanted to pry open her left hand and pick up the longbow to take a look, only to realize that she was holding onto it tightly. Even though she was already dead, she was still holding onto her weapon tightly. This hand, it was extremely rough and there were many calluses on her palm, which should be the result of shooting arrows all year round. Although her hands were very ugly, her body talent was still there. Her fingers were very long, and her flesh-colored nails were extremely sharp. This should be the star technique sharp claws, right? What about sharp fangs? Jiang Shao held onto the arrow and pried open her thick lips like he was inspecting a horse, only to see her uneven teeth. Her 2 canine teeth were particularly eye-catching, and the rest of her teeth were also uneven. She reckoned that they should be used to increase the damage of her bite and the tearing effect. Oh, my Xiaopi, he's indeed at the age where he's curious about the opposite sex. Xia Yan, who was sucking up to him from afar, accidentally saw Jiang Shao fiddling with the corpse and immediately had a peculiar expression on her face. Xia Yan sighed and said, "I'd better go and take care of him. This child seems to be obsessed. I'm afraid that he'll be traumatized by women." I'll go and take a look." Han Jiangxue sighed deeply while Jiang Shao continued to study the female savage's corpse tirelessly. At this moment, Jiang Shao was studying the female archer's toes. Of course, they didn't wear socks and rarely did they wear shoes. They lived barefoot and their toenails were also flesh-colored and sharp. That made Jiang Shao secretly raise his guard. In the future, when faced with the attacks of the savages, he couldn't take it for granted that they were kicking him. It was very likely that the savages wanted to use their sharp toenails as weapons to achieve the effect of sharp claws. "She's a creature of another dimension, after all, not a human," Han Jiangxue said coldly from behind Jiang Shao. "Ah, I know." Jiang Shao squatted down and turned around to look at Han Jiangxue. "I won't treat them as human compatriots. Don't worry." Han Jiangxue thought about it and said vaguely, "Their body structure is very different from that of human females." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue was like a teacher who was trying to educate her child but didn't know how to say it. She pondered for a while and said, "You'll know when you're an adult and have a girlfriend." Jiang Shao scratched his head. "My goodness, this is impressive. Does she have some kind of misunderstanding about my behavior? Stop studying it. The body of human females isn't like this." Han Jiangxue bent down and grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm in an attempt to help him up. She glanced at the female archer's corpse and discovered that although her clothes were torn and tattered, the parts that should be covered were covered. Hence, she felt relieved. Bewildered, Jiang Shao pushed the female archer's hand away and picked up her longbow. In the end, he still didn't respond to Han Jiangxue. He knew that he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River today. Speaking of which, the longbow was rather exquisite. It was about 1.5 meters long and made of extremely hard wood. Jiang Shao didn't know what it was made of, but it was light brown in color. The arms were round and hard, and the handle was wide and thick. There were even shallow marks on it, which made it very suitable for Jiang Shao to find the correct place to hold the bow. "What material is the bowstring made of?" Jiang Shao was a layman and he couldn't figure it out at all. He pretended to shoot an arrow and aimed it at a tree in the distance before releasing it. Whoosh! The arrow landed crookedly in the middle of its path, and there were no new basic techniques in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. All of a sudden, a hand was placed on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and hugged him. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see Li Wei's side profile. Li Wei also lowered his head to look at Jiang Shao with a gentle smile. Li Wei said, "Xiaopi, in this era of information explosion, we're all very mature. There's everything on the internet, but those are just pictures and videos, after all. I can understand that it's your first time coming into contact with a female's body. Most importantly, we should learn. I'll learn your winter melon skin." Jiang Shao pushed his caring brother away and glared at Li Wei in exasperation. He then noticed Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan who were whispering to each other. Li Wei should have been sent by them, right? At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. Behind. Jiang Shao then raised his hand and a ray of blessing appeared. Chapter 140. The two women were shocked and subconsciously looked back before retreating to the side. At the instant that the two of them retreated, a ghost darted between them and dissipated in the air before moving 5 meters away. At the instant that the ghost dissipated, it let out a shrill shriek. Silver quality star technique, a zombie spirit. That meant that there was a savage sorcerer. Jiang Shao did not have any offensive means. Hence, when he saw the ghost, he subconsciously cast the light of blessing on it, but it seemed to have no effect. Jiang Shao did not think that the dissipation of the ghost was due to his blessing. Now that he thought about it, he felt that the ghost was really terrifying and creepy. The ghost was not in the form of a human, but more like a pale ghost face. It did not have a torso or limbs, and there were long white lines behind the ghost face that looked like traces of will-o-wisps. That ghost face was sinister, its entire body a deathly pale color. Its face was distorted, and its eyes were wide open. In particular, at the instant that the ghost face dissipated, the shrill shriek was really ear-piercing and soul-stirring. Does this star technique seem to have the effect of frightening people? 222. Han Jiangxue exclaimed frantically. The 4 of them were divided into 2 groups with their backs facing each other while continuously moving towards their companions. Have you found it? Li Wei asked loudly, not caring about being a caring brother anymore. Shut up, I'm looking, Xia Yan said angrily. Xia Yan said in exasperation, not because of Li Wei's urging, but because she almost got ambushed just now. Hence, she was furious. Don't panic. 5 seconds have passed, and it's still calm. At least it means that there's no female archer, Jiang Shao said all of a sudden, causing the 3 of them to be stunned. What he said seems to make sense. The group of 4 kept moving closer and closer while Jiang Shao scanned the surroundings vigilantly. In the dense forest, there were flourishing vegetation everywhere. Who knew where these experienced hunters were hiding? Jiang Shao couldn't even see any movement. That was really unbearable. Bang! Just as the group of 4 continued to move closer, a corpse suddenly exploded. Yes, as soon as Xia Yan stepped on the palm of a female archer's corpse, the corpse that had its head split open and was in a terrible state immediately exploded. There was a bloody storm, literal meaning. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered all over the place, splattering on the 2 women like raindrops. However, the real lethality was the impact of the explosion of the corpse. The 2 women were blasted forward while feeling dizzy. Xia Yan's boots and pants on her calf were even torn apart, causing her to be badly mutilated. Putting aside the fact that Xia Yan had lost her mobility, her injured ankle and calf had at least interfered with her movements. Jiang Shao was alarmed and he turned around abruptly, only to see that there was a corpse in the path that he and Li Wei had retreated in. Jiang Shao hurriedly grabbed Li Wei's body and raised his hand, after which a white ray of healing light appeared in his palm. A ray of medical light dashed out and flew towards the 2 women. Xia Yan was dizzy from the explosion, and when she fell to the ground, she finally felt the pain in her calf. Han Jiangxue, who was at the side, was also severely injured by the explosion. The back of her shirt was slightly tattered, and she shook her head vigorously in a bid to sober herself up, only to see the corpse of the female archer a few meters away. Han Jiangxue heard Xia Yan gritting her teeth in pain, but she couldn't be bothered to care about her companion anymore. She knew what the most important task was now. Han Jiangxue's eyes narrowed, and she frantically extended her hand, after which a gust of barren wind blew the female archer's corpse away. The female archer's corpse was blown away one after another. Xia Yan let out a guttural moan that sounded like she was in pain or comfort. The ray of blessing still landed on her body in the end. While bathing in the hot spring and enjoying the warm water that enveloped her skin, she felt giddy and in a daze. Amidst her haze, she seemed to have heard the faint sound of bell ringing in the sky. When Xia Yan's eyes slowly regained clarity, the exposed skin around her torn boots and pants had already healed completely. New skin and flesh grew, and her skin was restored to its fair and rosy state. Does it hurt? I won't let you feel pain first. I'll let you feel good physically and mentally first. When you're soaking in the wonderful hot spring, your injuries will be completely healed with the crisp sound of bell. It's simply a one-stop service. Where else in the world can you find such a great healer? That's also the reason why medical awakened are so precious. During battles, when star power is lacking, one can absorb star beads to quickly replenish it. We can treat star beads as magic potions, but there are no life potions in this world. That's why medical awakened are so useful. Xia Yan moved her ankle, as if she had never been injured at all. Finally, the other party couldn't wait any longer. There were no more bloody explosions, but several menacing ghostly faces suddenly emerged from the female archer corpses that were blown away. They roared and howled like ferocious ghosts before dashing towards the two of them. The two of them dodged left and right gracefully while continuously retreating. All of a sudden, Han Jiangshue's body froze in place. Finally, a hideous ghostly face dashed into her body and emerged from her back. It let out a sharp and ear-piercing shriek before dissipating in midair. Shue! Feeling anxious, Xia Yan grabbed Han Jiangshue's arm and scurried away with her. At this moment, Han Jiangshue felt as if she had been drenched in cold water from head to toe. Her body and soul were trembling and a sense of panic rose from within. Han Jiangshue tried her best to suppress the cowardly thoughts in her mind. Her teeth chattered and she couldn't help but close her eyes. Han Jiangshue, you're not that fragile. This isn't how you should be feeling. No, this isn't how you should act. Where's your sense of responsibility? Where's your sense of responsibility? You still have him behind you. You can't retreat, however. Her body seemed to be out of her control, and she realized that she was struggling and pushing Xia Yan away. She even tried to use Barren Wind to blow Xia Yan away. However, Xia Yan hugged Han Jiangshue desperately and refused to let go. Their bodies drew a parabola in the air and finally fell to the ground forcefully. They rolled forward for 2 to 3 meters and were finally stepped on. Han Jiangshue still did not give up struggling and seemed to have gone mad. She rolled on top of Xia Yan and shoved her hands frantically in an attempt to break free from Xia Yan's control. Xia Yan grabbed Han Jiangshue's wrists accurately. In terms of physical fitness alone, Xia Yan, a warrior, could completely suppress Han Jiangshue, a mage. Jiang Shao stepped on Han Jiangshue's back while Xia Yan, who was pinned under her body, frantically yelled, "She's crazy." "No, she's not crazy," Jiang Shao said as a ray of blessing descended from the sky and shone on Han Jiangshue's body. Han Jiangshue, who was struggling violently, stopped abruptly and lay on Xia Yan's soft chest. Xia Yan was slightly stunned because the ray of blessing had also affected her, causing her to forget to enjoy the rare opportunity. Vaguely, she heard Jiang Zhao's stern voice. "Have you forgotten all the knowledge in the books? Don't disturb those whose minds are being affected by the zombie spirit. Guard them for a few seconds and they will automatically get rid of the negative emotions." Jiang Shao continued, "If you go and pull her, you'll only make her body and mind more chaotic and add fuel to the fire." "Yes, you're right. Xiaopi, my Xiaopi," Xia Yan murmured softly in a daze. Jiang Shao leaned over and scooped up the soft and obedient Han Jiangshue. He then kicked Xia Yan's calf and said, "Get up, Daddy has been really worried about you too." Han Jiangshue regained her senses and struggled to stand up. She then looked at Jiang Shao with a pair of gloomy eyes. She was as beautiful as a flower. "Daddy, Daddy," Jiang Shao said awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. "One corpse can only summon one zombie spirit. There are no more corpses, so the situation has improved." Xia Yan had also recovered from the state of being affected by the blessing. She sat up and pointed at Jiang Shao. "I treat you like a younger brother, but you want to be my father? How can a nanny who doesn't want to be a father be a good nanny?" "Wait a minute. It's a little messy. I have to sort it out, asterisk asterisk asterisk. There were 2 more updates at night, at 17 p.m. and 20 p.m. respectively. Chapter 141. Hai Tianqing's heart was in his throat, but when he saw that the team of 4 had assembled again, he finally felt relieved. He almost couldn't help but step forward to help just now. Looking at the group of children, he reckoned that they had barely gotten out of the dangerous situation just now. However, Hai Tianqing's evaluation of Jiang Xiao improved again. Be it Jiang Zhao's composure or his sorcery-like blessing, they were truly outstanding. He didn't expect blessing to destroy the corpse spirit. Hai Tianqing knew that Jiang Zhao's blessing was of silver quality, which was different from the brass quality blessing. The side effects of Jiang Zhao's silver quality blessing were indeed rather obvious. However, the side effects actually dispelled the negative effects of the corpse spirit? What does this mean? Fighting poison with poison? Hai Tianqing couldn't help but sigh at Jiang Zhao's whimsical thought. The most important thing was that the effects of his method were so obvious that it had become creative. Han Jiangxue was initially fine after being affected by the effects of the corpse spirit. She just had to stabilize herself. However, Xia Yan was too concerned and insisted on disturbing Han Jiangxue, which caused her to react even more violently. After a blessing, whether it was a dragon or a tiger, they all turned into cute kittens. Blessing. It was simply a divine technique of Beijiang. No. It's the sorcery of Beijiang. Hai Tianqing believed that as long as Jiang Xiao performed normally and followed the team into the National League. With Jiang Zhao's performance, the price of the white ghoul which star bead would increase by a few times. 4 male and female savages, 6 male spearmen, 6 male swordsmen, and 1 savage sorcerer, Xia Yan said with a sharp gaze as she hunched her body. Li Wei suggested, "It's not easy to fight them. Let's retreat." As long as the savage sorcerer was around, melee fighters like Xia Yan and Li Wei would have to be cautious. Unless the 2 melee fighters changed their fighting style and used long-range attacks, they would suffer a corpse explosion once they killed any of the savages. If they weren't careful, they would lose everything. Even if there was no corpse explosion, a corpse spirit would still disrupt the operation of the entire team. All creatures of other dimensions with the word sorcerer in their names were not to be trifled with. Their existence would make the team more dangerous. Look at the encirclement. They're driving us deeper into the forest, Xia Yan said with a frown. Let's break through the encirclement and go to the supply point, Li Wei suggested. Jiang Zhao's gaze darted back and forth between the heads that emerged from the bushes in the distance. Which one is the savage sorcerer? This group of savages all looked similar. It was easy to differentiate between white ghouls and white ghoul witches, but there was no difference between a savage and a savage wizard. Can I tell from his attire? Those in tattered clothes should be the lowest-level savage men and women, right? The ones holding spears and spears should be male spears, right? The one holding the stone knife should be a man. So the one in leather armor was the savage sorcerer? But what was up with that female savage with messy hair and also wearing leather armor? I only have 5-star technique. I can give one to corpse explosion. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "This will be very beneficial for us to achieve good results in the Beijiang District League. Do you want to fight?" Li Wei asked worriedly. "We." Han Jiangxue's expression changed and she continued, "Keep a distance between us and the enemy and break out of the encirclement towards the supply point." "What's the matter?" Jiang Xiao asked as he frantically dashed towards the east with the team. "That woman doesn't seem to be a low-level female savage. She seems to be a savage sorcerer," Han Jiangxue said as she waved her hands and blew the spear-wielding man in front of her away. Jiang Xiao got a great shock, and while crushing the white ghoul star beads in his pocket, he looked to the left and found a female savage in leather boots among the 4 savages who were dressed in tattered clothes. Although her clothes were tattered, she was different from the other savages. She was wearing shoes. It was obviously unreliable to identify her based on the shoes she was wearing. When Jiang Shao saw the female savage barking out orders, he concluded that she should be a high-level creature. Li Wei, resist. Don't kill her! Han Jiangxue yelled frantically. She stopped running abruptly and extended her hand to pull back forcefully. It was as if she had grabbed a rope out of thin air and pulled it over forcefully. Her movements were so large that Jiang Shao had never seen her do it before. In Jiang Zhao's line of sight, a male savage flew up from afar. He was also unarmed, but he was dressed neatly in a leather jacket and pant. When he flew up, the leather boots on his feet were revealed too. Retreat! Retreat! Li Wei yelled. He did not activate his shield at all and simply stomped on the ground. Silver quality star technique, scorch. The surging flames exploded. Due to the fact that there was no need to cause death, Li Wei only needed to stall for time. Hence, he stomped on the ground and the heat waves around his body surged. The powerful impact forced the spear-wielding men to retreat. Under Xia Yan's protection, the three of them retreated and Han Jiangxue waved her left hand, after which layers of overlapping space quietly appeared. She stopped in her tracks too and grabbed the air again, pulling something backward forcefully. The savage sorcerer who was shrieking in mid-air accelerated for the second time and dove down like a cannonball. He then plunged into the overlapping space. Xia Yan stood in front of Han Jiangxue and covered her body with star power. She waved her sword repeatedly in front of her, blocking the heat waves from Li Wei's explosion and creating an excellent environment for Han Jiangxue to output. Jiang Shao stood behind Han Jiangxue and waved his hands continuously, causing the two spear-wielding men who were trying to take a detour to freeze. Their footsteps were slightly disrupted and they fell to the ground. Hold on. Our team is enough to deal with the creatures of other dimensions in the arsenal. There's no ape ghoul king here, Han Jiangxue said while trying to calm them down. However, she saw that the spear-wielding and swordsmen who had been forced to stop by Li Wei had their feet lit up with a dark golden halo. Immediately afterwards, the dark golden halo at the feet of the savages suddenly evolved into a line that radiated outwards. The dark golden lines extended from their feet and shone with a mysterious light. It was rather beautiful. The lines that extended outwards were like the scales of a clock. One of the dark golden lines suddenly lit up and turned bright gold. Then, it rotated in a clockwise direction. The next line lit up and surrounded the feet of the barbarians and their bodies. At the next moment, the spear-wielding and swordsmen seemed to have received an order and were no longer afraid of death. Instead, they struggled to withstand the violent impact of the explosion and plunged into the flames created by Li Wei. Han Jiangxue extended her left hand and flicked her two slender fingers upwards slightly, after which a vortex suddenly appeared at the feet of the savage sorcerer. She then leaped into the air and pulled her right hand forcefully again. After doing that, Han Jiangxue yelled, "Retreat, don't let them get close to you." Li Wei was the first to rush out of the flames of the explosion and retreat quickly. Xia Yan was covered in star power and flames were burning all over her body. She didn't dare to touch Han Jiangxue and simply brushed past her before leading the way. The two of them were protected by the two melee fighters and they quickly fled towards the supply point. While running, Han Jiangxue would look up at the savage sorcerer in midair from time to time. In the dense jungle where the terrain was rather complicated, the savage sorcerer actually grabbed onto a tree trunk with both hands and managed to stabilize her body. Kacha! A gust of wind swept through and the savage sorcerer crushed the tree branch with her powerful hands. She howled angrily, but she had no choice but to be blown towards the escaping crowd. Hang in there. Han Jiangxue suddenly stopped in her tracks and activated Sky Smasher again. Looking at the savage sorcerer that was rushing towards her, Han Jiangxue, smiled victoriously. Whoosh! The savage sorcerer's shrill and miserable shrieks stopped abruptly, and her figure disappeared beside Han Jiangshu. At the same time, the time scale at the feet of all the savages disappeared quietly, followed by the dark golden halo. Screech! 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 The 3 index fingers pierced deeply into Li Wei's pitch-black shield, and the massive force even caused Li Wei to slide back a few steps. Han Jiangshue's orders were still clear. Retreat while fighting. Xia Yan, go help Li Wei. Xiaopi, pay attention to blessing. Xia Yan flicked her sword and turned around, brushing past Han Jiangshue. Jiang Shao pulled out the long wooden sword from his back and got ready to step forward to help. Just as he was about to rush out, a hand grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Don't mess up the formation. Bless them, they'll seize the opportunity, Han Jiangshue said coldly. Jiang Shao dragged the giant sword with his right hand and scratched his head with his left. I'll take care of both of them. My swordsmanship is pretty good too. Although it's a wooden sword, it's rather lethal when combined with gold-quality green glow. Han Jiangshue said softly, guard me, someone's watching us. Jiang Shao remained calm, but deep down, he was slightly astonished. Is there another team observing us in secret? Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. Chapter 142. Everyone fought and retreated at the same time. Xia Yan and Li Wei cooperated extremely well. His shield and her giant sword exerted great effects, and with Han Jiangshue's help, they managed to resist wave after wave of attacks. Every member of the team played a huge role, and the whole team produced a chemical reaction. Han Jiangshue blew away the savages that surrounded them time and time again, making sure that there were only 2 to 3 savages fighting Li Wei in close combat. Besides, Jiang Zhao's toxic healer had also made a great contribution. Whenever the beam of light fell, the savages would be stunned. Xia Yan's giant sword would be burning with flames and mixed with star power, and a savage would die on the spot with a swing of the sword. After a 6-minute chase, the savages' attacks gradually subsided, and Han Jiangshue acutely sensed that the group of savages had begun to think about escaping after the death of their companions. Their attacks were no longer as determined as before. Jiang Shao absorbed the last few white ghoul star beads in his pocket, and his green glow and endurance also reached gold quality level 146 out of 100. The skill points for silver quality 10 kills had long been added to his internal star map. At this rate, it would be difficult to replenish his star power. Without the support of star power, it would be difficult for Jiang Shao and the team to heal their wounds. Absorbing the star beads of the female archer was also a solution, but Jiang Shao had a better solution. Give me the corpse of the savage sorceress, Jiang Shao said from behind Han Jiangshue. Han Jiangshue froze for a moment, and all of a sudden, many thoughts flashed through her mind. The savage sorceress star technique is not bad. Not only can it last for a long time, but it can also reduce the overall strength of the enemy. After some thought, Han Jiangshue took out the corpse of the savage sorceress and handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao pulled out the dagger from his waist. After a series of battles, he was no longer too resistant to slaughtering such humanoid creatures. The dagger pierced into the back of the savage sorceress' head and quickly slid it open. Jiang Shao then took out a star bead from inside and threw the corpse onto the ground. In an instant, several pieces of information appeared in his mind. Ever since he learned about the savage sorceress star techniques from books, Jiang Shao had been drooling over them for a long time. Savage sorceress star bead, silver quality, star techniques. 1. Nostalgia, Halo skill. Every attack of the units within the Halo's range carries the effect of hatred. It also absorbs the enemy's vitality and star power to replenish itself. Silver quality, upgradable. 2. Dawn, Nostalgia Halo. always looking forward to and chasing that trace of dawn. Silver quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? This dawn was a little interesting, just like the imprint of the bell. Once the user activated nostalgia, there would be no distinction between friend or foe within the range of the halo. All targets would have the effect of draining the opponent's star power and vitality while absorbing it to replenish themselves. However, after dawn was illuminated on certain targets, nostalgia would only favor and chase those targets that had dawn. Jiang Shao was secretly delighted. Nostalgia was simply an upgraded version of hatred. Not only did it have the effects of hatred, but it could also absorb the vitality and star power of the other party for its own use. What's more, this was a halo skill, an area of effect skill. It could be used on his own team. Similarly, if he didn't want to give it to others, Jiang Shao could just light up dawn on himself. Even if there were many people within his halo, Jiang Shao would be the only one who could enjoy the effects of nostalgia. Without a doubt, nostalgia combined with dawn would be an upgraded version of hatred that had no blind spot. The last star slot of the 4 star slots of the Stardust stage shall be yours. Jiang Shao absorbed the 2-star techniques together. The 4th star slot on the Big Dipper star map was finally lit up. When Jiang Shao was about to try the effects, he heard Xia Yan yelling in exasperation, "Hey! What are you doing? We hunted them." Along the way, there were corpses of savages strewn all over the ground. If the savages had taken them away, Xia Yan wouldn't have said anything. However, a team actually appeared in the jungle in the distance. They were wearing camouflage military uniforms just like Jiang Zhao's team, which was clearly the uniform required for entering the training. One of them, a bald man without a camouflage hat, was squatting on the ground and skillfully cutting off the head of a savage. Upon hearing her words, the bald man turned around to look at Xia Yan, who was surrounded by savages, without responding. Han Jiangxue raised her finger gently and the bodies of the 3 savages flew out again. However, that fulfilled the wishes of the savages. Instead of chasing after them, they turned around and fled. "I'm talking about you, Baldy. Don't take our things," Xia Yan yelled in exasperation. The Baldy clearly did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Seeing that the team of 4 was glaring at him in the distance, he sneered and said, "Little brat, I don't have much star power left. I need to replenish it." "Go hunt by yourself then. What's the point of stealing others' things?" Xia Yan said as she took the lead and strode forward. Seeing that something was amiss, Li Wei hurriedly chased after her. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and moved forward quickly with Jiang Shao. Upon hearing the word steal, the Baldy was obviously displeased. He was about 40 or 50 years old and his eyes were glistening. He said, "Killing a few savages is a piece of cake for you guys." Exasperated, Xia Yan said, "A piece of cake should be what a giver should say, not a beggar." The Baldy stood up and stared at Xia Yan menacingly. He said menacingly, "Imp, are you trying to blow things up? It's just a savage star bead." Just a savage star bead? That's what a giver should say too. Are you being generous with others' money? Xia Yan stomped her feet in anger. "Little girl, you're young, but you have quite a temper," the Baldy said menacingly. "You keep calling me a giver and a beggar. Are you lacking in upbringing?" "You!" Xia Yan exclaimed as she picked up her sword. All of a sudden, the 4 people opposite her also got into a defensive stance. "Why? Do you want to try? I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." The Baldy absorbed the star bead that he took out from the savage's skull right in front of the 4 of them. Xia Yan was so infuriated that her chest was heaving up and down. All of a sudden, a voice sounded behind her. Finally, she received support. Xia Yan swore. She had never liked Jiang Zhao's mouth so much. "It's as if it's filled with honey," Jiang Zhao said. "Baldy, you're really strict with your upbringing. Did your parents teach you to steal?" The Baldy's face turned sullen after being rebuked by Jiang Zhao's words. Exasperated, he barked, "Kid, are you tired of living? Who are you talking to?" Jiang Zhao chuckled and said, "I'm talking about you. You don't have to suspect me. Tell me your name and I'll scold you by your name." The four people opposite him had a peculiar expression on their faces. As experienced members of society, they had been through a lot and were all experienced. They had been following the trail of the savages all the way here, but to their surprise, the savages were fighting with other human teams. The Baldy observed the situation in the dark and initially wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, he realized that the group of young people was rather competent and they actually managed to kill the savages. The Baldy was feeling a little indignant after doing nothing for a long time. Seeing that it was another group of young people, he decided to enter the fray and snatch the star beads. He initially thought that the group of children would just suffer in silence and not dare to speak up. However, he didn't expect them to be so aggressive. Are they really going to fight head-on? Are they a bunch of hotheads? Or are they just fearless and naive? Are they really a bunch of kids who have just awakened? The Baldy suddenly burst into laughter, almost making Jiang Zhao think that he had been scolded silly. The Baldy said, "You're a bunch of hotheads after all. You guys have just experienced a battle and are covered in injuries. Your star power is extremely poor. Do you really intend to fight against us?" The bald man sneered. Under everyone's gaze, he walked towards another savage's corpse, as if he really didn't care about these children. Jiang Zhao raised his hand abruptly. Silver quality star technique * bell. Ring, ring, ring. A flickering ray of medical light hung directly on Xia Yan's body and shuttled back and forth among the team of four, rapidly healing their wounds. The Baldy's face stiffened and he slowed down. Are they really that courageous? Are they really going to fight? Are they really going to throw their lives away for a few star beads? Han Jiangxue suddenly said coldly, "Get ready to fight." Huff. Jiang Zhao raised his right fist. Silver quality star technique * nostalgia. Within a radius of 20 meters, dark golden halos suddenly lit up under the feet of the four people. Four small halos, about the size of large truck tires, appeared under each of the four people's feet. Dark golden halos surged from the outside to the inside, surging toward the inside. Jiang Zhao loosened his fist and pointed his finger in the air. Silver quality star technique * dawn. A clock-like scale suddenly appeared in the dark golden halo beneath their feet, and the scale that was formed by the dark golden lines was glistening with a faint light. One of the scales suddenly turned bright gold and rotated clockwise. The Baldy stopped walking towards the second corpse, and his gloomy expression immediately turned sullen. Seriously injured? Extremely poor star power? The Baldy seemed to have seen two bright red words on the kid with a buzz cut. Endurance. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top mobile version website. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.